Hey, everybody. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening. What are you doing? How are we? What is up? This is what we're looking at here. Now, one thing we've got to do before we go, we have a brand new interview, a brand new introduction. Just so you know, we've been copyright claimed twice the last 2 days because of the background music on a non-copyrighted. It should be a copyright free. It's music that was used from a copyright free, like you can use freely without worrying about copyright strikes, claims. Anyway, it wasn't actually a strike; it was a claim. So, a free to use music site without the worry of copyright claims. The last 2 days, because of the backgrounds, the entire stream has been copyright claimed, not because of the subject matter, but because of the background music on the introduction. So how weird is that a place is supposed to be free to use for background music actually gets a copyright claim from it? Well, we've got a new one. The background's slightly different, so let's go for it.
What do you got?
I think I can prove to a judge that both of these men had the mens rea.
What the hell is a mens rea?
It's a legal term the lawyers use. It just means the intention to commit a crime.
Okay, come on, let's go.
Mens rea?
Put the cuffs on him.
How could we have gotten mens rea? We take blood? Can you do it without taking blood? We both use condoms. How is this possible? I want to see a doctor. Can I have an independent blood test?
Money!
I feel sick.
What are you doing?
Mens rea!
This is called a stabbing motion! Stabbing motion! Stabbing motion!
Okay, there we are. So now we're still looking at this here. We've got another 30 minutes before court starts. And if you've been watching this yesterday, this judge starts on time. So we're just going to keep this here in the background until such time as we are joined by a guest or the court starts, whichever happens first. All right, so we've got day 2 coming up. And as always, the first thing we want to do before we get any further into the day, before we get into the discussions of Taylor SCHABUSINESS and her doings, we want the cocktail of the day. This cocktail is going to be having a few interesting ingredients. It's called the Bloodshot. It's the Bloodshot cocktail. So, all right, while people are streaming in, while people are trickling in, so we got 575 people here right now. We're going to be doing the Bloodshot cocktail. Then we'll get into a little review of what happened yesterday and what we're going to be looking forward to today. So that'll be interesting. All right, everybody. So let me get all the ingredients here together real quick. All right. The cocktail today is the Bloodshot cocktail. You want to get yourself a shaker with ice in it and put in about half an ounce of simple syrup. Then put in just a pinch of salt and then a pinch of tahine. A wonderful, great Tex-Mex spice. Put a little bit of tahine in there and then prepare yourself a glass with a salt rim, a margarita glass with a salt rim. Mine is half salt, half tahine. To that, you want to add give it about about 1 ounce. 1 ounce of fresh squeezed lime juice. Add the 1 ounce of fresh squeezed lime juice. Then add 1 ounce of a blackberry syrup or any other dark syrup that you might like. I'm using a blueberry syrup. So 1 ounce of blueberry syrup. Then to that, add 4 ounces. 4 ounces of mezcal. I'm using a deliciously smoky mezcal. Pour that right in. Give it a good shake. Make it nice and cold. Once it gets cold, pour it off into your margarita glass, and that gives you the Bloodshot Margarita. There we go. That is a perfect cocktail. Get the smokiness and the sting of the mezcal and the sweetness of the blueberry, the saltiness from the rim, and then the tahini, the spiciness from the tahini. It's a spicy Bloodshot cocktail. All right. That's out of the way. We've got some little blueberry on the stash. All right. That takes care of the cocktail of the day. Let me clean this up here so I don't spill it as I have done a few times before. Well, that's not going to work, is it? So how are we doing today? We've got a bunch of you here waiting for this to start. And we are now about 22 minutes away from go time. So let's see how things shape up. What we've got going right now is a review of yesterday. So if you missed yesterday, we had an interesting time. We'll summarize that for you here. It wasn't dramatic. It was interesting. It's what do I want to say? Very instructive. That's a good way of putting it. It was very, very instructive. And before we get to that, let's make, I haven't put up a like and subscribe poll like I usually do yet. Once the trial gets underway, I'll throw that up. So in the meantime, the 721 of you here that are watching, waiting for SCHABUSINESS to happen, 319 likes. Come on, guys, get down there and hit that like button. That should be the first thing you do when you walk in. I thought you were all based, red-pilled mofos. Get down there, smash that like you smash it like you know you would smash Taylor, even though she's looking a little haggard there on the witness stand. You know you would. You know you just to say, and girls too. You'd probably smash her too. Just to say you did. Just an experience, Come on, smash that like button. Smash the like button, hit the subscribe button. We are marching ever so slowly towards our goal of 60,000 subscribers. We are currently at 59,216 subscribers. So we are 84 away from 59,300 and 700 and a bunch away from 60,000. So 800 subscribers left to get the rest of the week. That's my goal. I'm going to be hitting the subscribers a little bit tonight. We're going to be pushing that. And for those of you that are super chatting, as always, super chats are not required, but they are graciously and gratefully accepted. It's you parting with your hard-earned money. My thanks to you is a guaranteed thanks. Plus, I am guaranteed to read and address your super chat. It'll be done a couple of ways once the trial gets started. I will put it up on the screen, so it'll scroll under the screen. And then when there's a break in the conversation, when there's a sidebar, when they do a morning break, in lunch breaks, we will catch up and we will read them and talk about them. So don't worry, your super chat will be read. The person with the highest super chat of the day becomes the Vice Rax for the day. And currently, Unhung Hero is our first super chatter of the day. Where did we go here? Weird. Unhung Hero, your super chat is not coming through. It says poll idea. What pills are they feeding Taylor? Okay. All right, that sounds good. You win, Unhung Hero. Our poll will be built around what pills are they feeding Taylor? Because as we'll talk about, she looked a little bit subdued yesterday. Bella Stella bringing the heat. She is the Law Rax. She's the Vice Rax of the day so far with the $10 super chat. It's SCHABUSINESS o'clock. Let's go, Law Rax. And whoop, says, do it for the man's SCHABUSINESS. Right. Do it. All right. So we got the super chats out of the way. We got Pangolin Stir Fry, which I think is one of the greatest nicknames ever. Pangolin Stir Fry, who's been a member for 9 months of the Clean and Sober crew. Says, how much does Blanton's go for in Korea? Also, tahini is so good. How much does Blanton's go for? Funny you should ask. Blanton's in Korea goes for about $140 US a bottle. So yeah, 3, 6, 9, about 4 times what it goes for in the States, but it's about what it goes for on the secondary market in the US as well. But yep, it goes for about $160 a bottle. somewhere around. I mean, at most, the most I've seen is 160, 150, 140, somewhere around that region. So that's your question for the members for 9 months clean and sober. How much does Blanton's go for in Korea? That's your answer. Thank you so much, Pangolin Stir Fry, for being a member of the Clean and Sober crew. We have 3 levels of membership, if that's what you're into. We've got the Clean and Sober crew, the Bent Halos and Broken Wings, and the highest tier for just those of you people that are insane is the Fallen Angels tier. And we also have new merch. We have new Law Racks merch. We rolled that out a few days ago. Go down there in the description. There's a merch link. Follow that link and get yourself some Law Racks merchandise. Mine is UPSing its way over here, so as soon as I get it, we'll find out what it looks like. I have no idea what it looks like yet. All right, we've got people appearing in court today. So let's see. We'll bring up the court feed just so we can see what's going on. We'll make it small. There we go. Right, so we can see what's going on in court. There's nobody. They're just getting ready. They're just waiting for the jury. Got about looks like 15, 16, 17 more minutes. The jury will be in, and we will get this show on the road. All righty, everyone. What happened yesterday? We had our opening statements. The opening statements were very, very brief. Did I sleep in the parking lot yesterday? Yep, that's what I did. Got my clothes ready, went to the office, reclined the seat in the Jeep. There's a quiet little alcove in the parking lot where only like 3 cars can get. I just went in the very inside of this little internal alcove, turned the AC on, and just kicked back for a couple hours. It was nice. So yes, I did sleep in the parking lot for 2 hours, as I had planned to do. Oh, SCHABUSINESS is smiling. Look at that. Wow. Maybe they pulled back her meds a little bit to get her ready for trial, but she's legitimately smiling there. Wow, that's kind of interesting. Oh, guy in blue shirt has been replaced by some woman in white. Woman in white. All right, so as we were saying, the opening statement for the prosecution was very straightforward. They just marched through the facts. We're going to show that this happened. They did the drugs. They went here. It went down. The murder happened. Hid the body parts. She confessed everything to the police. Therefore, she should go to jail for the rest of your life. The defense, on the other hand, was a little less enthusiastic, shall we say, because they don't have a lot to work with, really. But there's the 2 guards. This cam thing is weird. They were doing this all yesterday, like dual cams, like you're doing a stereo vision thing. The defense, they don't have a lot to go with, so they went with the standard, oh dear God, we hope for some sort of miracle because it ain't gonna happen on the facts opening statement, which is they'll always have the caption that this one line, the one line that's always present is, please listen to the evidence with an open mind. So anytime you hear that, it's
attorneys here for 8:15 to go over a little bit about.
Oh wow, God, he's starting at 8:15 with the lawyer. So that's what happened. Then they gave the evidence. Please have an open mind. Then they went through and they called the police that arrived. The prosecution called the police, the first responders. They gave their testimony. What happened? They came. They found bucket. They found a head in a bucket. Then they found the bodies. They described where they found all the body parts. Then the victim's mother, sister, and the victim's mother's boyfriend testified about what happened when they found the body. So let's hit it up here with the judge.
That he'd like Dr. O'Donnell to address the court on 4 issues, and I want you to, other than the fact that the submittals were way beyond the deadline that I gave, other than that fact, I want to address these topics with you. So
let me bump up the volume.
There are 4 opinions. 2 of them are kind of compound opinions because they're 2 parts, but I want to go over them with you. So first of all, opinion number 1, Taylor SCHABUSINESS was acutely intoxicated and impaired by acute methamphetamine use at the time of the alleged asphyxiation. I don't want to spend a great deal of time on that one because I'm a little concerned that that's not even relevant to anything that the jury has to address because it goes to the voluntary intoxication issue. I want to focus on the second piece, Mr. Lizzie. The long-term and excessive use of methamphetamine has chronic brain damage consequences.
Hey, that's what they argued in the YNW Melly case. The guy had smoked so much weed, he can't remember anything.
He wants to give that opinion. Frankly, the opinion almost seems common sense, although granted, I think some of us think that would occur if you long-term use of controlled substances. But he's an expert on this
Base
topic.
judge,
What's the
you
state
do
of
drugs.
the
Of course, it's common sense. You do too much drugs and you're gonna
The concern
You're gonna
that the
screw your
state has
memory.
on that is largely that he's not in a position to tell us whether that actually happened to this particular individual in this circumstance. And I think the suggestion here is that it's prejudicial to the state's case for him to suggest that when he's not, I think, qualified to discuss the fact that she has any of those issues. I don't know that, those tests were done. I don't know that any of the mental health professionals who've met with her have opined that. So to me, absent that, I don't think he's qualified to make that assessment. He's merely talking about the fact that that is a possibility, that it could affect brain development. And I haven't heard anyone tie that to this case and to this defendant.
Right. So I get what you're saying. But then all you and I can do is look at what the document says. And so far, this document says he's not going to tie any of these to this case. So I want to go through each one of them with you because there's something that's not in this document. And I don't know if it's ever going to show up in this document. And then we're down to
Well,
just
interesting.
the relevance issue.
Right.
This
I
is the
guess
judge
my
basically taking a
perspective
long
is
time to say that he's not going to do what the defense wants. They want to call a pharmacologist.
Long-term could cause brain damage. I'm not sure that he's so totally incompetent to say those kinds of things. Whether he can connect it with this case is another issue, but that's not in this document, so I'm going to move along. Point number 2, probably your answer is going to be very similar, and that is long-term adolescent use of marijuana arrests brain development. I guess my own conventional wisdom is that the jury is still out on the effects of long-term marijuana use on individuals, that there's a debate about that. On the other hand, this is long-term adolescent use of marijuana. And I guess my thought is, again, he's a pharmacologist and he wants to say, look, marijuana is a drug. And if you use it long-term, it's my professional opinion to a reasonable degree of certainty that might cause someone brain damage. Again, is your concern more that whether he's going to be able to connect it with this case or that he can give that opinion?
Correct. I think it's really more that he can't connect it specifically to this case. I think potentially he could give that opinion. I also think that's a very vague suggestion. So what does that mean in terms of the brain development? Does it affect it in a way that would essentially demonstrate the same types of symptoms that you might see from mental health? Does it affect the brain in a way that would render someone NGI? That I don't know. I mean, there's no real discussion in here. There's no meat to many of these points. And again, this is where the timeliness is an issue because these are things that we would have liked to explore with him if we knew that those were his opinions. So that's really kind of undeveloped, and I don't know that he could render an opinion that would suggest it affects brain development to the extent that it would render someone NGI. Not just that, yes, it hinders brain development. Does it actually render someone unable to appreciate the wrongfulness of their conduct or unable to conform their conduct with the law, which is the standard?
Okay. The next point, it's in bullet point 3. Taylor SCHABUSINESS was not treated with psychotropic drugs to control or mitigate her psychiatric illness. There's a lot to unpack there, but your concern there?
Yeah, so my concern there is that I don't think anyone has a clear diagnosis about Taylor's conditions, and anyone really that can accurately set forth whether she has a condition that would require that. So while he could potentially testify about the impact of not taking medications, in the field of mental health, I mean, that's an ongoing process that a treatment provider is frequently adjusting medications based on conditions, based on manifested symptoms. The general conclusion that you could say someone who does suffer from a psychosis, who doesn't take their prescribed medications, is going to worsen. I think, again, that's something that is kind of obvious to anyone. That the jury might expect that someone who has an untreated psychosis is going to have an issue. I think the concern here is that we don't have a clear description of what her psychosis was or would have been. And in
Good
fact,
arguments.
I think probably the best indication of that is what Dr. Seipel talked about at the last hearing, which was she had been prescribed some drugs in the jail and she wasn't taking her drugs. And there isn't a noted difference in her behavior from the time frame when she stopped taking the drugs to the time frame before. So I don't know that he's in a position to know what exactly her diagnosis was and what drugs she should take. And I think what further exacerbates the state's concerns is that if you go down to all of the subsections in 3, and then everything else that's attached in terms of the articles that are relied upon, all of those things relate to schizophrenia. And frankly, there's only one mention of schizophrenia in all of the medical records, and it's Dr. Lucetta opining that it's perhaps possible that she may have schizophrenia, and we might need some further analysis to determine that. The remainder of the people say bipolar. No one even says
The prosecution is absolutely correct here.
Compound that, Mr. Lizay, in the transcript of Dr. O'Donnell, page 179, he even notes on line 14, did not see a formal diagnosis of schizophrenia. So I hear you. I take your point there, and I'm trying to move this along because the jury will be ready to go shortly, and I don't intend to make this decision right now. The point is to discuss what we need to do to move forward on this issue. The next bullet point, or the next piece of 3 was one of those compound points. Psychotropic drugs do have efficacy in a large percentage of patients who take them. Again, it kind of goes without saying, but if he's a pharmacologist who wants to opine about the use of drugs, depending on whether he can connect it with this case, which this letter doesn't seem to say, concerns with him making that opinion?
Not with his qualifications to make that opinion, just again, that I don't think we have a clear diagnosis. He's not in a position to diagnose.
Okay. Then moving on to the final point that is in this.
I don't think that's it, Kaitomer.
That's point 4. Taylor's
I don't think that's it.
methamphetamine worsened her untreated.
She's probably smiling because they all look delicious.
You've kind of alluded to that regarding the discussion you made regarding the doctor's reference to psychiatric illness under page 4. Okay, so I get a sense of where the state is at. I'm going to turn to you, Mr. Freilich.
Judge, if I could be heard just on that final point again. So on that last point, that I think the real concern there is, and this is echoed throughout, not just this opinion that he provided, but then also Attorney Freilich provided the email. I mean, the crux of Dr. O'Donnell's opinion, both at the motion hearing and now, is that acute use of methamphetamine.
Was my volume way too loud right now?
The night of the incident was a
We got people saying my volume is way too loud. Let me check it out here.
Seen from his business, and he even indicates that in point 4, and that's simply not a valid argument for the jury to hear in this case. Is that her acute toxicity for methamphetamine, her active present use, her voluntary ingestion of methamphetamine on the night of this instance was the driving force. And if that's his opinion, and that's really echoed throughout all of these things that have been provided, that's not a relevant consideration for the jury and NGI, because we're talking about her voluntary current use of methamphetamine and how it exacerbates the whole thing. So I just think that is entirely present through his entire opinion.
Okay, this is just an audio check. Audio checks. How does my audio sound? Check, check.
So, Mr. Freilich, I'm going to turn to you, and I guess some of the I read the material that you had and submitted. I read that email, and I guess some of my concerns you've now heard outlined with Mr. Lizay, and that is this document doesn't necessarily connect much of what he's indicating with Ms. SCHABUSINESS. For example, point number 1, Taylor SCHABUSINESS was acutely intoxicated and impaired by acute methamphetamine use at the time of the alleged asphyxiation. So there's obviously disputes about the level of intoxication that exists.
Right, that's what they're saying. All of the officers said she appeared to be perfectly normal.
That dispute arose, I think, even in questioning him before when he was here, because he said, "Yep, I got the information that the parties, that Ms. SCHABUSINESS and the decedent shot up trazodone, but that's not true because we didn't find any in the blood of the victim."
Oh, that's interesting.
That has to be false. So there's a dispute really about the nature of the intoxication at the time.
That's kind of a bombshell.
I also have concerns about its relevance. But the next bullet point under 1 is the long-term and excessive use of methamphetamine has chronic brain damage consequences. And I guess the question I have is he going to suggest that this Schabusines has brain damage? Because I guess I'm concerned about whether he can testify to that fact, because he's a pharmacologist. And I'm perfectly willing to say, in the context of a Dauber hearing, that he has expertise in pharmacology. And I don't need to hear from him again to make that finding, because he testified in front of me before. So, Mr. Fairlake, that's my concern.
I understand that, Your Honor. I know that Dr. O'Donnell did meet with my client and got a lot of
Report volume is
history, her
boosted
drug usage
600%,
history,
and I am down to
that he met with her
30%. That's the
previously.
best. This is the best we can do right now.
In my opinion, I know that Dr. O'Donnell is a board certified pharmacologist. He's testified in many trials in Illinois. I believe that,
and I'm listening to it on my phone. It sounds perfect on my phone.
That
So.
if you use methamphetamine long term, it could cause chronic brain damage consequences. So, I mean, I think it is relevant to the issues as it relates to NGI. But what we have here is a person who has, I would submit, mental health issues that have gone untreated with medication. And then when you apply a layer of drug use on top of that, it could create a psychosis, a mental disease or defect. Additionally, I submitted to the court the records from Bellin Health, from Nicolay Psychiatric Center, the order for civil commitment, and the order for psychotropic medications, and jail records. And I believe Dr. O'Donnell reviewed most of those, but that also, I think, is the link or the connection here to show that my client does have a mental health history. So I think with some sort of a limited purpose, I would ask that Dr. O'Donnell be allowed to testify as to some of these things that he opines about in the report that he provided.
Well, you've gone way beyond my first question. I think you were kind of talking about point 4, Taylor Schabusines' use of methamphetamine worsened her untreated psychiatric conditions. I was at point 1. The long-term and excessive use of methamphetamine has chronic brain damage consequences.
You'll notice the judge is not even anywhere near his microphone. It's literally pointing that way. It's not me, it's him.
Let him testify. He's got 4 opinions. It's right here. Those 4 opinions among them are, number 1, she was acutely intoxicated and impaired by acute methamphetamine use at the time of the alleged asphyxiation. I'm not sure that that's relevant, but we're going to move on to the second piece, which is the long-term and excessive use of methamphetamine has chronic brain damage consequences. And my question is, if I let him launch that out to the jury, is that just a statement that, look, just for anybody, that might be the case? I don't know whether it's true for Ms. Schabusines or not, but it might be, but it might not be. And the jury is simply left to speculate because we threw something at them. And now they can try to figure out whether that has any relevance for this case. Because the end of that sentence being, that there's chronic brain damage consequences, and I haven't heard anybody opine that Ms. Schabusines has chronic brain damage. And so I don't know how he's going to be able to commit.
The defense is getting their ass handed to them on some very important topics we'll talk about as soon as possible.
She takes a lot of drugs. Based upon the brain damage that I'm seeing from the reports, because I don't do brain damage, but based upon the reports I see, it was caused by these drugs. I'm not seeing the connection.
Well, I mean, we saw the pictures. I mean, in the basement at 829 Stony Brook Lane, there was a meth pipe. There was methamphetamine, as testified by Detective Scanlon. The history that my client provided, I think Dr. O'Donnell could opine that if you use methamphetamine long-term, it may cause chronic brain damage.
Nope.
He's not a doctor. He's not going to be able to say.
He's not a doctor, but he's going to talk about long-term use affecting brain damage, specifically as relates to the defendant. Ain't gonna happen. No.
Appropriate. That's
negatory, big fat mama.
Purview. That's their prerogative to take that information and then make a determination.
And I don't mean to interrupt you, but
Sure.
obviously we're running a long time.
Okay.
You're not going to ask him, well, Dr. O'Donnell, do you believe that excessive use of methamphetamine has caused chronic brain damage? And Taylor Shabusiness, you're not going to ask him that question.
No, I would ask, could it or may it cause that kind of damage?
No.
Point number 2, long-term adolescent use of marijuana arrests brain development. Mr.
Base judge is good
Jose
judge.
expressed concern about a number of frankly, the modifiers that are in there. I'm not sure what long-term adolescent use, actually there's a typo in that sentence. I didn't notice it till right now, but I'm assuming it's long-term adolescent use. He's going to try to define what that means, because I'm not sure how he's going to discern, what a long-term use is. Somebody could use it.
Yeah, they want to have a doctor come on and testify as to what the long-term effects can be, cause chronic brain damage, without even giving any evidence of that, without linking it to her or any relevance whatsoever to the trial. This judge is going to say, no can do, bucko.
And I'm kind of compounding the question for you, but again, I'm not seeing that there's any testimony that there has been brain development.
Your Honor, when my client met with Dr. O'Donnell, I believe that she reported that she was a daily user of marijuana.
So?
And so if he would be allowed to come in and testify that it could cause some issues with brain development.
He's not a doctor.
That's where I would go with that.
No.
And again, it sounds like what you're saying is, his testimony is, here's what she reported to me. If that's true, she might have brain development, but she might not.
Right. Yes.
The third point is Taylor Shabusiness was not treated with psychotropic drugs to control or mitigate her psychiatric illnesses. And I had some concerns there because, we had a number of evaluations that were conducted in this case. And I'm not clear that anybody has a good understanding of whether or not she even has a psychiatric illness. I will tell you, I'm aware of the fact that there was that one diagnosis for bipolar outlined, I think, at Nicolay. And then that was disputed, and frankly, that was even disputed by I think Dr. Lucetta disputed that. I read over her report last evening in preparation for this conversation we're having right now. That defense expert, Dr. Lucetta,
This judge is based.
wasn't sure, and there was concern about whether or not that diagnosis was accurate in light of the fact that the drug use that occurred at the time that she came in to get the diagnosis. And so one of my concerns is that if there's testimony that she wasn't treated with drugs to mitigate a psychiatric illness, here are the psychiatric illnesses that she should have been treated with. One of the problems I'm having now is the state should have the opportunity to, for example, call in Dr. Lucetta, who did a defense evaluation, to say, I don't know that I can support Dr. O'Donnell's conclusion that she has a psychiatric illness. There's a dispute about that. And so I guess I'm wondering, what can you tell me about that? And I will note too, that as part of that bullet point, Dr. O'Donnell goes on to a conversation about schizophrenia. And as you know, from what I read to Mr. Lizet, Dr. O'Donnell testified that he didn't even find a diagnosis of schizophrenia in all the records.
Your Honor, I know that my review of the Bellin records, the Nicolay records, the jail records, and other documents that I obtained on behalf of Ms. Shabusiness, it indicated that she frequently did not want to take the medications, that she refused the medications. And when you don't take your medications,
sorry,
you have a
there's nothing we can do at this point.
illness or a mental health
It's
problem.
bumped up to
your condition could be
600%.
exacerbated. It could
Look
get
at where the
worse over
judge is
time.
talking. The
And
judge is
so
talking nowhere
I
near
think
his
that it would
microphone.
be
His
relevant for
microphone's
Dr.
pointed
O'Donnell
off to the
to
side. Just
talk
hang
about
tight
that.
until the jury
He's
gets here.
Got information directly from my client and from the other records, and then he could provide some information about that.
Sure, and so I guess I want to drill into this a little bit further, because I want to make sure I understand what you're asking of me. And again, I'm not going to make a decision right now. I'm already running 5 minutes late, which I don't like to do. But Dr. O'Donnell, it seems what you're telling me is Dr. O'Donnell would say something along these lines. If someone has a psychiatric illness and they don't take their medications, that could be bad. We don't know whether she has a psychiatric illness or not. But if she does, and if she doesn't take any meds for it, that could be a bad thing. That's pretty much where we're at.
Yes.
The statement psychotropic drugs do have efficacy in a large percentage of patients who take them. I'm not going to quibble over that.
The courtroom audio is better on Ricated because Ricade's audio setup is well over $10,000, and he has a guy that adjusts things for him behind the scenes. So can't compare. Sorry.
Depression or other mental.
Now that's not me, that's them. They did this yesterday. Law and Crime had some issues yesterday with their video and audio. But while they're figuring out their whatever audio problems they're having, thanks again, Law and Crime, for this. The big bombshell I was talking about was that she has been saying, and the reports from her confession to the police have been saying that she and Shad Theory and the victim injected trazepam into their system, but the judge was saying that there was no trazepam in her system when they did the blood work when she was arrested. So that's kind of a big thing. That takes the defense's "she was drugged out of her mind" argument even further off the table. And Judge, you're not helping by even talking even quieter than you were a minute ago.
She'd have taken medications, she'd have been better.
I believe so, but if the court limits the line of questioning, I believe that, based on Dr. O'Donnell's history and knowledge, training, and experience, he could just generally testify that, if you use methamphetamine and you have some sort of a psychiatric condition, the drug use can, worsen your mental health condition.
Okay. It's starting to clear up, become clearer for me. Not exceedingly clear, but a little clear.
See, I'm listening to Ricade's stream right now, and his audio is even worse than mine. So
because I've got some concerns, and they're along the lines of.
Anyway, we're not talking about anybody else. We're here. Any other channel does not exist from this point going forward. There's only one Lorax. That's me. You're here. I love you all. Thank you so much for being here.
Because he's a pharmacologist, and I'm satisfied based upon his experience that he could give those opinions. But the concern is how they tie into this case, because I'm sure he could give a lot of opinions about a lot of things, and he'd be qualified to give all of them, but they have nothing to do with this case. And that's my concern. So, and I'll render decisions on these issues, but I'm going to certainly afford the parties an opportunity to speak a little bit, find out whether there's any accommodation you can reach for limited use of Dr. O'Donnell. But if not, I'll render decisions.
Nicholas, why are you not in here? You have the link. Get in here, brother.
Okay. Anything else to bring up before we go back on the record with the jury? Mr. Saunders?
No, not from the state.
From the defense, Mr. Fraser?
There's an issue, but we'll bring it to your attention later on.
Well, I'd like to do, if you could bring it to my attention now so I can think about it. And then.
What did I say? Trazepam? Sorry, trazodone. You are correct. Sorry, KT. You are correct. Trazodone.
Could we approach the bench?
Okay. For some reason, maybe y'all just don't love me anymore. You're asking if MLS Law Show will be here. He's working right now. He'll be here when he gets here. They're talking about something, but that's a big interesting thing. As I said, the defense has been arguing she was high on trazodone. They did marijuana, meth, and shot up with trazodone. The judge just said there was no trazodone in her system when they processed her. So, yeah, that's quite interesting. So what the defense, they're just trying now to get this pharmacologist, just like the guy that works at the local drugstore, to testify that she was drugged out of her mind at the time this happened, that long-term drug use affects memory, that she's suffering from a psychological illness. All of these things that this pharmacologist has no idea about. And the judge is not having any of it. He's humoring the defense right here. As he was saying, there's no evidence that she was drugged out of her mind at the time this occurred, and it's not relevant because the judge isn't letting them rely on this, oh, I got myself so high I killed someone, so please forgive me. The judge isn't letting that argument in. Intoxication at the time is not relevant. So, and then also this long-term drug use affecting memory. The judge said there's no evidence that it's affecting her. There's scant evidence. The jury is the medical jury is still out on whether or not extended drug use affects your memory. But even if it does, there's no evidence that long-term drug use has affected Taylor Schabusiness's memory specifically. It's contributed to chronic brain injuries. There's no evidence that it's contributed to any chronic brain injury, and there's no evidence that she even has a psychological illness at this point.
Detective Scanlon will be the next witness. Is he around? Yes. He's back there? Okay. Bring in the jury. All rise for the jury.
Natalie Wisco in the house. Natalie, you've got the link. Get on in here when you can. All right, while we're doing that, let's catch up on some of the super chats. Yesterday, PM, Taylor's attorney showing her 4 photos of the crime scene gave me flashbacks of sitting with my model agency as they picked out photos to go in my portfolio. The vibe in her reaction is chillingly reminiscent. That's kind of weird and creepy. And congratulations, you're the new Vice Racks of the day because you have the highest super chat so far. Calico 26, if you don't want to use law and crime, WBAY, okay, that's the local Green Bay channel. Just thought I would use it, let you know. Action 2 News. Could the dildo potentially be paraded in front of the jury, as is common to do with murder weapons? They already showed the video of the dildo yesterday. So, judge's mic is super low. Nothing you can do. Correct, Marv White. God bless you. And thanks for the whiskey sour recipe, says Lisa Franceschi. You are welcome. And finally, Nicholas Starov. Unless there is an MRI showing actual damage and a professor of MRI tells it because of meth, it's because of meth, and referral to a peer-reviewed study, that isn't happening, Fred. All right, now they're cross-examining the last witness that was on the stand yesterday, the detective.
Your Honor, thank you.
This
Morning,
judge has
Detective
no
Scaler.
care.
Morning.
He doesn't care about the microphone at all.
You were called in on February 23rd of 2022 to assist in the investigation of a homicide that had occurred overnight on that particular date.
I was.
And you were briefed that there was a 911 call from 829 Stony Brook Lane. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And what was the report?
There was a report that a homeowner was calling the police from that address that they had found their son's head in a bucket.
And where was that?
829 Stony Brook.
But I mean, what part of the house?
In the basement.
And then what did you do after you got the call?
I responded to the scene. Responded to the station. Met with supervisors, got briefed, and was sent to the address.
What time did you get to that address?
Just before 6:30
in the morning.
Yes, sir.
And what did you do initially?
Initially got there, met with the detective lieutenant on scene that was there, met with a couple sergeants that were in the address, did a walkthrough of the address. Shortly after being there, I did a quick neighborhood canvass, and then as time progressed, the warrant was signed, and then we waited for the doctor to arrive, and then we started to process the basement.
In the driveway, were there cars parked?
There's 2 cars.
What kind of cars, you know?
There was a red Jetta parked closer to the garage, and there was I think a dark RAV4.
Were they parked by the side door?
Yes.
Did you see any gold colored minivan there?
I did not. I recall two.
Hello, people. You have microphones. Please fucking use them.
Sorry.
What was the other vehicle? You said a Jetta?
There was a Jetta and I think a RAV4, if I remember correctly.
Did you see a Forester, a Subaru Forester parked there?
I don't recall that.
Your Honor, can I approach? Scanlon, I show you what's marked as exhibit 66, 67, 68, 69. Can you tell me what picture 68 or exhibit 68 is?
Oh my God. Why don't we
You say
just?
68?
Yeah.
I'll fucking do this through
68
sign
is
language.
full
Why the
RAV
fuck are we
from the
even?
red Jetta, I believe.
Okay, again,
Is that
fairness.
parked in the driveway of 829 Stony Brook?
It is.
They're not using the
Is there a
microphones for
plate number
our
on it?
benefit. They're using them for
I
the
can't
court
see it in this
benefit.
photograph.
Okay.
As
Does
long
it
as the
depict
judge, the witness, and the jury can
house on
hear
Stony
them,
Brook
that's
Lane as
fine
well?
with them. We're
believe
extras,
so,
but
yes.
please use your
The
fucking
vehicles that you
microphone.
saw on the date of February 23rd, 2022 were parked in a line sort of on the driveway behind each other?
Yes, the Jetta was in front and the second vehicle was behind it.
And that was the RAV4?
And we're trying to figure out what the relevance of all of this is. Every single
Does
witness has been
exhibit
asked about the
68 appear to
cars
be the
and how they were
vehicles that you saw
parked.
when you walked
We have
up?
no idea why yet. No indication
Yeah,
whatsoever
based on my
why he's asking
recollection,
this
there was a
question.
snow-covered red Jetta parked closer to the garage.
Okay. Then turn your attention to exhibit 69, please. What is that?
That appears to be a picture of it from the trunk and license plate.
Different angle of the Jetta?
Yes, sir.
Any other vehicles in that picture?
No.
Same location?
Yes.
Exhibit 70? Exhibit 70, could you look at that one?
I have 67. I'm sorry, I have 66 or 69.
Okay, take a look at 66. What do you see in that picture?
I see a picture facing the driver's side of the red Jetta as it's parked in front of the side door of 829 Stony Brook, and then the dark vehicle behind it.
Do you know if that dark vehicle behind it belonged to Steve Hendricks?
I personally didn't check the registrations of these cars, so I don't know.
But that's that shows the Stony Brook Lane property, correct?
Yes.
And then the other exhibit, is that exhibit 67?
I have it.
Okay, could you describe what you see there?
It's a picture from the front end of the Jetta facing west.
Full frontal
So it's-
Jetta.
The vantage is down the driveway with the house on the left and the two vehicles.
The Jetta, did you determine that to be Tara Pakanich's vehicle?
I didn't run registration, so I don't know.
But it's just another view of the vehicle, correct?
That's correct.
All of these pictures do they appear to be the vehicles that you saw when you came to this residence on February 23rd?
They do.
Offer exhibits 67 or 66, 67, 68, 69.
No.
As part of your investigation, you did not find any gold-colored minivan at this residence, correct?
I did not.
Did you see any minivan on the street at all?
I did not.
When you came to this residence, you walked inside and then you waited for the search warrant to be obtained, correct?
Yeah, I got there shortly after 6:30. I did a walkthrough, looked around, got my bearings in the house, the make, the type of house, kind of what the scope of the search would be. We did spend some time looking for Mr. Therian, and then we decided to wait for a search warrant before we proceeded, and we also had to wait for the doctor to arrive from Dane County, so we waited.
Did you put on PPE gear?
I'm sorry?
Did you put on PPE gear, protective equipment gear?
Yes.
Okay. And when Dr. Trancheta arrived, then did you go down to the basement?
I'd been down the basement before and had come back up. So when Dr. Trancheta arrived and, then primarily Dr. Trancheta, Ms. Schwab, myself, Detective Cassie Pakala, and then forensic specialist Bailey Andre and forensic specialist Sharneski, then all went to process the basement, yes.
You went down the basement when you got there just to check it out?
I did.
And did you look at the bucket?
I did.
When you got down there, were you in the PPE gear?
The very first time I got there was not. There's the uniformed officers there that weren't in it. There was some question about whether the body was there and why it had not been found yet. It's a question about how well we looked for it. So we did do a quick look through and then came back up. Yes, without it.
When you
And
Detective
Flux is
Scanlon, when you went
Shad,
down the
C-H,
stairs,
not C-H-A-D,
see it all
S-H-A-D,
over the bucket?
Shad.
By the time I got there, it was already removed and off the side.
laying on the floor?
Yes.
Chandler Remington, everybody.
You looked in the bucket.
Hello, hello. Good
Did
morning.
you move the contents of the
No.
bucket? Okay. There were other items in the bucket later on that you found out about?
Yes,
correct?
yes, there were other items.
What other items were in the bucket?
There was remains, two different specific types of remains that I observed.
Okay.
Which were,
There was a human head.
yes,
There was genitalia
and another
in the
head.
bucket.
Let me stop you there. What do you mean genitalia?
What I would recognize as a penis and testicles.
Give a call for the win.
Were they
What do you
laying
mean,
underneath?
Oh, the
genitalia?
testicles
They
were with it?
visible
Oh, fuck.
after the head was removed, yes.
Well, what did you think she
What
did with
else
them?
did you see?
I observed a black
This is news
a
to you,
miracle
Jeff?
That's the
Three
first
kitchen
testimony
blade
we've
knife
heard that the
that was removed.
testicles were attached to the dick.
Kitchen knife.
Based.
I observed
If
a
you're going to take
yellow
the shaft, take the balls.
pocket knife, I guess, for best description of the pocket knife with a yellow handle. There was a head of a razor, like a shaving razor blade, a nail,
A nail?
Jolly Rancher, and there
Why
was
is it so funny?
I'm sorry,
there's
a Jolly
Rancher
Rancher?
there?
doctor just
What flavor?
described as a flush
Oh,
material.
they
I don't
showed the
wanna know.
picture yesterday. I can't remember what
Blood
picture.
in the bucket as well?
You need to
Blood
know
in
these
buckets.
things.
This is all in that black bucket, correct?
The Black Fleet Farm bucket, yes, container one.
What did you do next then after you fully investigated the contents of the bucket?
So we refer to 4 containers in the home, and as just a matter of staying organized with the recovery, we went from left to right when looking at the basement. So we moved to container 2, which was the blue Jimmy Choo bag. And then Dr. Trenkaita set it down on a blanket, sterile blanket that he had brought. And then he started to remove the contents of it in front of us to observe.
Fair to say that all of you were going through this together as far as looking around and investigating certain things?
Yes, we're all together at this time, yes.
And in the meantime, was Taylor Schabusines over at the police department with Detective Groff and Detective Kemp?
She was.
And were you communicating with Detective?
Larry, DUI guy in chat. What's up,
I don't
DUI
remember
guy?
which one I
Larry,
spoke to.
welcome.
I was
Okay, Larry.
getting
His-
phone contact.
His face
from-
is the mixture of psycho, pain, and smiling.
two
That's
of them.
exactly what it is.
So information was going back between officers, correct?
Yes,
And the focus of your investigation was the basement of Stony Brook, is that fair?
the basement, and then, as we found the knives, I went upstairs and
Is
tried
there
to
were 6
identify
knives.
whether or
They
not
found
those
one
knives
knife and a
come
razor
from-
blade and a Jolly Rancher
So I
in the
did travel
bucket with
back
his
upstairs
head,
to
his
take a
dick,
look
and
at the knife
balls.
block, and then I looked in the drawers to see if they had similar knives to the Miracle, the black handled knife in the bucket. So I did go upstairs to look at that.
How
At
many?
some point.
There were 2 knives in the bucket?
There was 2 knives in the bucket, the black handled kitchen knife.
And
the
special
Miracle
shout out
Blade
to
3 was the
DUI
stamp,
guy Larry
and then there was
lurking in
a
the
yellow,
chat.
like a pocket knife, the yellow handled pocket knife.
And when you went upstairs, you didn't see any other yellow handled pocket
Wait.
knives, correct?
No, I seen
That
other
is a great
Miracle
super chat.
Blade 3 knives. There was one on the butter dish, and there was similar knives to that in the drawer. But I don't know the source or where the yellow knife was from.
But 1 second, I'll be right back.
And while all this was going on, the forensic specialists, Andre and Charneski, were taking pictures, correct?
Yes.
Did you find any evidence of drug use down in that basement?
I did.
What did you find down there?
There was a methamphetamine pipe, or what I recognized to be a methamphetamine pipe on the entertainment center. And there was a green gem baggie with a crystal substance that I later checked out more thoroughly.
Hmm. Yes.
The meth pipe that you observed, where was it?
It was on the entertainment center, kind of a makeshift dresser to the left of the bed.
And did you find drugs?
There was what I believe to be drugs, yes.
Just
Two
not
in the
guilty by
gem
reason
baggie.
of insanity.
When you say gem baggie, is that a plastic bag?
Psychological
Yeah, a little
orders,
small,
drugged out of her
like a
mind.
1 inch or 1.5 inch green baggie.
Do you know what was in the gem baggie?
I later field tested it for methamphetamine. I believe it was crystal methamphetamine.
And where was that?
That was to the right of the meth pipe.
Did you find any marijuana?
Pass
I
the
did not
meth
know.
pipe on the right hand side.
Did you find any
Pass the
packaging
meth pipe on
for
the right hand
marijuana?
side.
I did not know.
Could I approach your arm?
All right. Well, they're approaching and talking about the paraphernalia. And again,
70, 71, 72.
all of this information was the subject of a motion to exclude. The judge said, "Sorry, it's all going in." So Hako, thank you so much for the super chat. Somebody needs to Photoshop Binger pointing at the sexual device at the jury. Oh yeah, Binger wielding the dildo.
That's
That'd be
the
awesome.
Entertainment center.
Somebody get on that.
that,
We need
picture
Binger
depicts,
wielding the dildo at the
methamphetamine
jury.
next to it,
This
the
is why
green
your
gem
chat is
baggie
my
referred
favorite
to,
chat.
and some other items with some placards that our forensic specialists put down photograph.
Is there any packaging from a company called Loom in Iron Mountain in that picture?
I'm sorry, I can't hear you.
Is there any packaging from a company called Loom, Lume, in that photo?
I don't see it.
Okay. This picture, Exhibit 70, does it depict that entertainment center in the basement of Stony Brook Lane?
Yes,
Was that picture taken on or about February 23rd of 2022?
it was.
Exhibit 71, could you identify that?
That it just appears to be the same area, but a close-up of the green gem bag and a watch in front of it.
That gem bag later turned out to be methamphetamine, correct?
I believe so, yes.
Did some of it spill out on the entertainment center?
Looking at this close-up photo, there are white specks on the entertainment center. I don't know.
Ooh, white specks on the entertainment
That's
center.
that.
That sounds kind of creepy. What were the white specks?
I didn't use it.
Well, I mean, the whole apartment was filthy, so.
No, I don't know.
Okay.
Did we test
Does
them
that
for
picture
biological?
Show that entertainment center and contents on
The
that.
coom all over the Xbox.
I hope it was
from Stony
paint.
Brook Lane on February 23rd.
I hope.
hope it was.
Yes.
I'm praying.
Could you turn your attention to Exhibit 72? Can you identify what that is?
It's the same area. It's a close-up of the gem bag.
Is that the gem
I'm
bag
still
that's
I'm
on
still
top of
stuck on the
entertainment
fact his
center in
balls
Stony
were
Brook Lane
attached. That's the
basement?
first we've ever heard of
Appears to be,
that.
yes.
Yeah, I'm surprised that you didn't
You
know
had a
that. You know
you had a
everything
chance
about
to
this
take a good
case.
look at
Yeah.
that, correct?
Yes.
Okay. I'll offer Exhibit 70, 71, 72.
Guess that was
The objection.
No.
Those be received.
brand new information to everybody.
When you did your
Yes, it's
search
Shad
of the basement,
Flux.
did you find anybody else
SHAD.
in the basement? Any
Other
other
than
people down there?
other than the remains of Mr. Theory, no.
Did you canvass the area and make contact with neighbors?
I did.
Why did you do that?
I had some time while waiting for the doctor to arrive,
Well,
waiting
don't say
for the warrant
nobody.
to get done. So rather than stand there, I decided to do a standard neighborhood canvas to talk to some neighbors to see if any of the neighbors were up last night or had observed anything that they would be relevant to the investigation.
Did you get any information that was relevant?
I did.
What?
I did.
What did you get?
I talked to some neighbors across the street who told me things that they've seen. I documented their information and went to the next house.
When you were there at 829 Stony Brook Lane, did you talk to Tara Packenick?
I did not.
Did you talk to her later on?
I saw her in passing later on when they went to get some personal property, but I didn't speak to her.
Was it your understanding as part of your investigation that?
Oh, yeah, she told the police
deceased was
that.
frequently said to
Talk
come
about
and
later.
go from the residence on Stony Brook.
I'm sorry.
Was it your understanding that the deceased was frequently said to come and go from the Stony Brook Lane property,
That was my understanding, yes.
and that he really didn't live there?
I'm going to object. This is all presumably hearsay. If he knew that information, he would have heard that from other people.
Your Honor, detectives gather lots of information, and I believe that they're trying to do their job and get information that I believe would be reliable. There'd be some indicia of reliability to it.
Frankly, it's already in the record, his answer. It's in from other witnesses. So I'm not going to sustain the objection, but I'm satisfied it is hearsay. So I'll move along then, Mr. Fredo.
Okay, thank you. We heard some testimony about that exhibit 33, that dog collar, correct?
Yes.
You opened it up and we were able to see it. That dog collar has 2 rings on it, correct?
Yes.
Do the rings, are they able to go into each other where you?
Insert dog collar cock ring joke here.
My understanding of the dog collar is you have to pass the chain through to join the rings so that it can be used as like a pincher dog collar.
It's a choke collar,
One of the
basically is what it
chains
was. For
that
those of you who
by
didn't
the
see
pump
yesterday, it was a
cable
dog
had
choke
already been
collar.
Done that and was a loop. And then the chain that was on the entertainment center was not looped through. So it was just a straight chain.
But the chain that you showed us, it had 2 loops and you couldn't put them through each other. Is that fair?
You put the chain through the loop,
I
and
did
that's
try
how
it,
it
but I think you
chokes.
pass the chain through to marry
Yes.
the loop of the collar.
Are you saying
Anybody
there
that
would
owns
be
a
separate
dog knows
chain?
what a choke collar is.
That chain was as I found it.
Okay. And with that chain, the 2 rings, you're not gonna be able to pass them through each other. Is that fair?
I didn't try to do it, but my understanding would be you could not. You'd have to pass the chain through to get the loop.
They're not Siegfried and Roy. You just use it like any other choke collar. Hello, Siegfried. Hello, Roy.
The Jimmy Choo bag, that was on top of the entertainment center.
It was.
And what led your attention to that?
What was counterfeit?
There was some red tissue and blood, not blood, red tissue on the zipper and on the side of the bag.
And inside the Jimmy Choo bag were different body parts, correct?
There was
a lung,
How can the same?
The doctor identified the object as the lung, yes.
piece of liver,
He identified a liver.
patella
Lava
tendon,
beans.
The doctor showed me that and identified that.
On an
pieces of
X-cancer.
skin or fatty tissue.
Yes, sir.
Why are you helping the prosecution by listing all
lots
of the
of bags in there.
horrific shit that they found in the
Yes.
bag?
To say you had to be crazy to dismember a man. Of course, she's insane. Lazy.
There was a
Lazy defense.
pink and black Under Armour backpack that was found, correct?
Yes, that we referred to as container 3.
That was on the floor by the mattress.
Yes, it was at I guess we'll call it the foot of the bed, but it was off the end of the bed between the bed and the entertainment center.
And in this container 3 were plastic shopping bags, correct?
There was.
There were some body parts in there,
There was.
skin, fatty tissue, muscle,
Yes.
left lung. A left lung, correct?
Oh God.
I'm sure the bag was fake.
I don't recall.
Jimmy Choo bags.
Very
They're
likely,
to
yes.
die for.
Pelvis.
Judge,
Yes.
It's It's a
I'm
pretty
gonna
expensive
object.
brand.
I don't know the relevance of asking the specific questions about this. I frankly think it's unsensitive to the crime victims who are present. I don't know that it assists the jury in any way
It's
to
insensitive.
go through the specific body parts that are located in each of these containers.
That's overly
Well,
complicated.
my
Mean.
client is charged with mutilation of a corpse, so I think the state's got to prove up their case, and I think the jury just needs to hear
Something.
whatever information is out there. I think it's relevant, but I can move on.
I love the judge's tie today.
That's a weak argument.
He's not a good lawyer.
I think it's relevant. Please let it in.
We got left lung. And kidney? Or
Did you find any
liver?
any notes or journals on the entertainment center?
There was a bag on the entertainment center that had some journals in it, yes.
Did it have anybody's name in there?
My recollection is that when we kind of swiped through it, it appeared to be just at face value that they were probably Mr. Therian's writings.
Was it confirmed?
I know we collected them, and in the event we needed to look through them later, but we didn't.
I know that yesterday you testified about the shower. Did you take a look at the shower drains?
I did.
Did you find hair in the shower?
Sorry.
Did you find hair in the shower?
There was hair in the drain and at the floor drain.
Was it your understanding that Mr. Stephen Hendricks and Tara Pakinich and Ava Wheelock all used that shower, including Mr. Therian?
I don't know who used the shower.
Now, you also searched a Chrysler minivan, correct?
I was present for the search, yes.
That was at the Green Bay Police Department Evidence Storage Facility, correct?
That's correct.
Was that a gold Town and Country Chrysler minivan?
It was.
Were you present during the entire search?
I was present for when the search warrant was executed, when remains were found. I turned my focus to the doctor who examined the remains. I was not particularly focused on the continuation of the search for small items that would have been found inside the car, like registration and things that were under the seat. I didn't pay attention to that.
Did you pay attention to anything that was in the glove box as to who the owner of the minivan was?
I'm aware that the owner, who the minivan was, but I didn't see the registration.
Okay. The owner of the minivan was Scott Tomes, correct?
Yes.
And inside his minivan was this crock pot box that you were talking about yesterday?
Yes, sir.
And there were human remains found in the crock pot box, correct?
There were.
And in that box was situated in a laundry basket, correct?
Yeah, the crock pot box was on top of the laundry basket.
And the laundry
If
basket.
I hear
was sitting
Jimmy
on top of
Choo
the seat,
and Crockpot
correct?
Box one more time, I'm just gonna
Rear
die.
driver's side seat, yes.
And in the laundry basket where there's some clothes piled up so that the crock pot box was stacked on top of the clothes.
I saw something under the box, but I didn't itemize it, so I don't know what it was.
Was the Crockpot
All of the
Box on the
human
Jimmy
remains
Choo
were in
bag?
the crock pot box, correct?
Yes.
And
Crock-pot box?
in that minivan owned by Scott Tomes, there was a bottle of medication for him as well.
I don't know.
Tomes is the roommate of Taylor Shabusiness. He's an old dude that's twice her age. He was
But it
apparently
was
sleeping
confirmed
on
that
the
it was
couch.
his minivan. Is that fair?
Definitely not together.
That
Definitely not
vehicle, I
together.
did run the registration myself. That was on the vehicle, and it was referred to Scott Tomes, yes.
Okay.
Registered.
And was it true that the Town and Country minivan was towed from the Eastman Avenue apartment complex to the GBPD evidence storage facility?
My first interaction was that it was there, and when I arrived, it was parked there. So I have a general knowledge that that's what occurred, but I didn't witness or present. I wasn't present for any of that.
Okay, nothing further. Thank you.
Right.
I don't understand what defense is doing here.
Okay, thank you, Detective. You can step down.
Oh.
State's next witness.
Steve released the
Dr.
hound.
Vincent Tranquita.
No, that's
Vincent
different.
Tranquita, Dr. Tranquita taking the stand. And while he's working his way up here, Unhung Hero says, be handler.
Hello, Unhung Hero.
Unhung Hero also says, that answers the balls or no balls question. It does.
I guess
Balls.
it's always balls. Balls is always,
Always
the answer.
balls.
I got that one
We
wrong.
did
by
not
the
know
way.
there was balls involved, but now we do.
God. Wow, that's.
And
kinda
again,
good.
for those of you that have been asking,
Is the-
MLS Law will
Dr.
not be
Scanlon
joining us
released
today.
from
He has
his
just told me he's not joining me. He's over on Nick's
Is there
channel
like
right
any
now,
reason I can't release him?
so he will not be joining
No
us today.
objection.
He's released from his subpoena.
Thank you.
Wow.
Okay, doctor, if you want to step up here then.
Right.
And before you have a
Nicholas
seat,
Starr,
if
why
can
are you
please
not
raise
here?
your
You
right
have
hand
the
and
link.
place
Get
your-
in here, buddy. Larry could defend her. It's a DOI case. Decapitating under the influence. Oh, nice. Zing. See, you should be bringing that. Where are you, Nicholas? Get in here.
I would love to have Nicholas on if he wants to come on. I don't
And
know
again,
what
for
time
those of you
it
just
is.
joining us, we are irreverent. We are joking around. We try not to talk over the testimony that's going on.
Good morning. I'm Dr. Vincent
But we talk.
Tranquita. My name is spelled Vincent. My last name is spelled Tranchida.
Okay, and with that, the witness is yours, Mr. Lizette.
Good morning, Dr. Tranquita. Can you tell the jury how you are currently employed?
Good morning. I'm currently employed as a deputy medical examiner for Dane and Rock counties of Wisconsin.
And how long have you worked in the Dane County Medical Examiner's Office?
I began my employment at the Dane County Medical Examiner's Office on July 1st, 2011.
You are currently the deputy medical examiner there. Have you held other positions at the Dane County Medical Examiner's Office?
Yes, I have.
And what other positions have you held?
I was previously chief medical examiner of the Dane County Medical Examiner's Office for approximately 12 years.
And the decision to no longer be chief and to now be deputy, is that a voluntary decision on your part?
That is correct. I've stepped down to assist with family care.
And Dr. Tranquita, what was your position or employment on February 23rd of 2022?
I believe at the time I was serving as a deputy medical examiner for Dane County.
And what was Dane County's relationship with Brown County at that point in time?
At that point in time, Brown County did not have a medical examiner's office, so we were providing coverage and assistance with forensic services for Brown County.
Doctor, can you discuss briefly your educational background that is related to the position of medical examiner?
Of course. I did my pre-medical school training at the University of Michigan in Ann Arbor, Michigan. I went to medical school at Wayne State University School of Medicine in Detroit, Michigan, where I received my MD. I specialized in anatomic and clinical pathology and did a residency at the University of Michigan in Ann Arbor, Michigan. I further went on to subspecialize in forensic pathology, and I did a fellowship in forensic pathology at the Office of the Chief Medical Examiner of the City of New York. I further went on to do subspecialties in forensic cardiac pathology and forensic neuropathology. I served as a senior medical examiner in New York City for approximately 8 years before I went on to accept the position as chief in Dane County.
So doctor, in total, how many years have you worked professionally as a postgraduate and post, I think you had fellowship as well, as a post-fellowship medical examiner?
Approximately 20 years at this point.
Okay.
And what are the primary job duties of a medical examiner?
As a medical examiner and as a forensic pathologist, my primary duties are to investigate the cause and manner of death in cases where there is a threat to public safety. Oftentimes people think of this as criminal activity, but it can also refer to communicable disease, workplace deaths, or any death where there is an unexpected and unexplained cause at the time of the discovery.
Now, you mentioned medical examiner, but also forensic pathologist. Are those two things the same?
Forensic pathology is a definition of the specialty of medicine that I practice. Medical examiner is the name given to the role that I play in the community. A medical examiner is often a doctor or forensic pathologist, but not necessarily. There can be a lay medical examiner who is somebody that is appointed in the community to serve this function, and they may, for example, contract out to a forensic pathologist or to a hospital pathologist to perform their autopsies.
And this is not scripted in
Is it
any
fair
way,
to say that when
shape,
you were
or
working
form.
as the Dane County Deputy Medical Examiner, Chief Medical Examiner, you were essentially fulfilling both of those roles?
That is correct.
And if you could just go into greater detail as to what specifically you do typically in order to determine cause and manner of death.
When we are notified about a death, typically it begins with somebody contacting our office. Our office is staffed 24/7, and we have investigators who are on duty taking shifts. They receive the information about the call. They collect information about an individual's medical history, their social history, what medications they're on, when they were last known alive, and what are the circumstances in which they're found. At that point, the investigator will respond to the scene if needed, and then they perform an external examination of the body where they try to get as much information as they can. At that
Nice.
point, they notify the medical examiner or contact us, and then sometimes we respond as well if there's a suspicion of a homicide or if death seems very complicated.
Through your work as the Deputy Medical Examiner in the Dane County Medical Examiner's Office, did you have involvement in investigating the cause and manner of death of Shad Therian, date of birth 9/7/97?
Yes, I did.
Can you tell us how you were first notified of Mr. Therian's death and began your work on that case?
On that case, I was notified. Our lead investigator on the case was Petra Schwab of Brown County. She notified our office that there was a suspected homicide in Green Bay. And as part of our
What do you mean
policy,
suspected
the medical
homicide? You think he
examiner
did this
on
to
duty
himself?
responds to homicide scenes. So at that point, we mobilized and began driving up north to attend the scene of the investigation.
Maybe it was suspected at the time?
Do you recall, Doctor, about what time you would have arrived at the scene of the investigation on 829 Stony Brook?
I cannot recall. I believe it was morning, though.
Do you recall who was on scene, or were there other parties on scene when you arrived?
Yes, there were.
And what types of other parties were present when you arrived?
Our investigator, Petra Schwab, was present, as well as law enforcement.
And what did you do upon arrival?
Upon arrival, typically what is done is we speak to the officer in charge, and we try to get as much preliminary information as is known when we arrive at a scene. Once that information is known, we wait until there is approval for clearance and access to the body, that we won't contaminate the scene or destroy any evidence on our approach.
I think she's squinting,
We donned
not smiling.
Tyvek suits, gloves, masks, and face protection so that we don't contaminate the scene and also that we are protected. And then we entered the scene to do our examination of what's happened.
Do you recall, Doctor, making any of your own observations upon entering the residence, and then more specifically upon entering the basement area of the residence?
Yes, I do.
And what were those observations initially?
We arrived to what appeared to be a typical suburban residence. We entered through the front door, and we were directed down to the back of the house through the kitchen to a set of basement stairs. As we approached down through the base of the basement stairs, we were notified or alerted to a bucket that was present to the right of the stairs. We were then also directed that there was the possibility of additional human remains in other parts of the room as well.
Yeah, they were everywhere.
I guess before we get into the specific locations of the human remains that were collected, did you make any notations overall of that area of the basement where the remains were ultimately found?
I did.
And what were those observations?
As I entered the room, I was surprised, given the preliminary information that I had, of how little blood was really very visible on first inspection. Subsequently, as I made my way through the room, we were able to find traces of blood at various points throughout the house. I'm sorry, throughout the room, the basement. On some furniture to the left of the bed, or against the wall on the left, there was a dark blue bag. There was also evidence of drug paraphernalia, including a glass pipe and a baggie. There were also cleaning supplies, Clorox wipes, and I believe a bottle of Shout detergent. Adjacent to the bed was a pink and black backpack, and towards the head of the bed as well was a blue tote. On top of the bed, which was a box spring, I believe, and mattresses, were a number of crumpled sheets and bedding.
Doctor, I believe you mentioned essentially in the room the 4 main containers where.
Yeah, I
human
peed on
remains
SCHABUSINESS a
were
long time ago.
located.
I
Is that
marked
consistent with
my
your recollection?
territory long ago.
That is correct, within that room, yes.
So we've got the bucket, the blue bag on top of the dresser, the pink and gray bag on the floor, and then a tote. Are those the 4 locations where human remains were located in the room?
That is correct.
And can you just briefly describe the process that was used by the medical examiner's office to collect those remains?
Of course. These containers that contain the human remains were photographed as they were, or as they sat in their location. We then documented the external appearance of the containers. After that, a evidence sheet was placed out on the floor to try to collect any trace evidence that might be present either on the bag or within any of the bag's contents. I then opened each of the bags, removed the contents, and laid them out on the evidence sheet for inspection.
And can you describe for the jury sort of big picture on a scene like this, which is, I presume, unusual, what sorts of things you are looking for or attempting to ascertain as you're walking through the room and finding remains in various locations?
As I go through a room and evaluate the room, I'm looking for evidence of a disturbance, a struggle, or altercation. I'm looking for signs of biological material which may tell me where a body part may be located. I'm also looking for evidence that may have contributed to the death. In other words, instruments, objects, weapons, evidence of drug paraphernalia. In this case in particular, I'm also looking for places that a body may be concealed, or that might be evidence of movement of a body from one location to another.
Doctor, you mentioned some of those things like weapons or the instrumentality of the crime. Were those things noted on your investigation or observation?
No.
Yes, they were.
And what was noted specifically?
On a black standing table besides the bed, there was a gray metal chain. On the dresser, on the left wall of the basement, there was also a gray metal chain. Recovered from some of the containers as well were multiple knives, some of which had a bent blade and one of which had a broken tip.
Oh, God. We'll talk about this later, Mike, and this is a good question. I have it already listed for something to talk about during the break. So bear with us for another hour or two.
Specifically as it relates to the human remains
it is an
that are
important
located,
question.
as you're collecting those items, are you sort of conducting an inventory or attempting to ensure that you have everything that you need with respect to the body that was cut up?
Yes, I am. I'm trying to recover as much of the individual as possible to try to ascertain that as much evidence as can be gained has been collected.
As you were going through the room, did you note that it was possible you did not have the entire body present in that room?
Yes, I did.
Did you note specifically what was missing?
On my inventory, I believe I was missing the right thigh, specifically from about the waist to about the knee. I believe that I was missing as well I was also missing the left thigh and left leg.
Well, she did tell the police, good luck
At some point in
finding
time,
all
were
of the
you made
pieces.
aware that portions of the body may be at another location?
Yes, I was.
Did you travel to that other location?
Yes, I did.
And where was that?
This was a police storage unit offsite.
What did you do upon arrival there?
Upon arrival to the police storage unit, I was directed towards a van or minivan that was in the storage unit, and I was told that there was a possibility that there might be additional body parts within the storage van.
And did you actively participate in attempting to recover the body parts from that van?
Yes, I did. My process was similar. I donned a Tyvek, gloves, protective mask, and a protective visor. We laid out an evidence sheet, and then we went through the contents of the van to determine if there were additional body parts.
And were body parts located?
Yes, they were.
What did you find?
I believe we recovered the right femur or leg bone of the thigh of the decedent. We also recovered a portion of left thigh, and we also recovered a portion of left leg from about the level of the knee to the
That's it. I'm totally making chicken adobo for my crock pot box
And
recipe.
Doctor, was there anything noteworthy about
And I'm just
the
going to use chicken
parts that you
thighs
recovered
and
from the van?
legs. I've decided.
When they were recovered from
that's
the
my
van,
Thursday
they were
crock
placed
pot
in,
recipe.
I believe, a crock pot box. There was evidence of skeletal trauma, including sawing, chop injuries, start and stop injuries of the bone consistent with dismemberment.
Anything else about the amount of flesh that remained on those?
I'm going to order chicken feet
items that were
separately.
recovered from the van.
Specifically, the right femur had been defleshed. In other words, the skin, soft tissues, and muscle had been removed from the bone, so that it was largely stripped down to the bone itself.
She stripped the bone? Oh my fucking
Doctor, I
hell.
want to talk about the evidence recovery process and the chain of custody as it relates to the human remains. Can you describe what that process is?
Very important in the nature of evidentiary work is maintaining a chain of custody. In other words, that the location of the remains and the custody of the remains is documented for each step along the way. At the scene, the evidence is photographed in the presence of witnesses. It is placed in a secured and sealed evidence bag, and then on the outside of the bag, we attempted to write and document which container which pieces came from, to attempt to recreate or be able to follow the story of the evidence as it goes from the scene through transport all the way to the medical examiner's office. When we use a secured body bag, what we mean is it's an intact body bag that's labeled on the outside, and then we also place a security seal, which is intact and numbered. We photograph and document the seal to show that the seal is intact and that the seal that was placed at the scene is the same seal that we're cutting at the medical examiner's office.
And then do you recall what specifically the process was for transporting the remains to the Dane County Medical Examiner's office for autopsy was?
Yes, I do. The transport driver was notified, the driver was mobilized, and then the driver took custody of the body bags, loaded them in the van, and then the driver and the body was escorted back to the Dane County Medical Examiner's office.
So then, doctor, ultimately, did you perform an autopsy on the remains that were recovered?
Yes, I did, on February 25th.
And where did that take place?
That took place at the Dane County Medical Examiner's office in McFarland, Wisconsin.
Do you recall who was present for that autopsy?
Yes, I do.
And who was that?
Present for the autopsy was Brown County law enforcement and our own morgue technician.
Were you listening while you were gone, Chandler?
No, I missed a good part of that.
Apparently, on like a lot of the bones, she stripped the meat off the bones.
Oh.
Yikes.
God. Sorry, I missed that.
Mahalo Man says Jimmy Choo bag was where she kept her jerky. Crew
So
Kid
they found it
52, my man, doing the Dr. Spiegel AH jury turn. Yeah, he is doing that. Listen to question, talk to jury. Listen to question, talk to jury. He is doing that. It is a little annoying, but he's giving good testimony.
Dr. Trinkita should have done this at the outset, but I'm showing you.
So they found the meat and bones separate?
73. Can you identify that document?
What was that?
They found the meat and the bones separate, or?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
On some of them. Seems Law and Cuck finally figured out what they're doing. Right while filming the thing yesterday, it was so
Yes, I
hard to
can.
watch. Also, the judge looks a bit like Tarantino.
Exhibit
Yeah, he does.
73 is a copy of my curriculum vitae
Tarantino.
or resume.
McLaughlin Lovechild, in my opinion.
Yes, it does.
Your Honor, I would move for admission of this.
The objection?
Is that exhibit 73?
It is.
No objection.
Received.
And then, Doctor, I would ask you to review the photographs that are depicted in 74, 75, and 76.
Yeah, they should have gone over his CV at the beginning.
Have you had an opportunity to review those?
Yes, I have.
Yeah, and could you just briefly describe for the jury what is depicted in Exhibit 74?
Would you like me to show the photograph as well?
I intend to publish it if I could, so.
Exhibit 74 is a photograph of a blue gloved hand with a gray label on it. It is holding a blue security seal that is present around a body bag zipper. The gray label reads 223433, and the blue security seal reads 0012227.
Doctor, do you know where that photograph would have been taken?
This photograph was taken within the Dane County Medical Examiner's Office morgue.
When he described the photo, I thought he was talking about
Does
like
it denote the seal and the fact that
severed hands.
the bag that was received by the medical examiner's office remained intact and sealed when you received it in Dane County prior to the autopsy?
That is correct.
Can you describe what's depicted in Exhibit 75?
Exhibit 75 is another photograph taken of an outside of a body bag. A blue security seal can be visible at the lower left corner of the photograph. It also has a gray label reading 223433, which is the case number of this case. Written on the outside of the bag is sealed by PS, the initials are P and S, at sign 1506 on 02/23/22.
Doctor, are you familiar with the initials PS?
Yes, I am.
And whose are those?
They are our lead investigators initial who were at the scene, Petra Schwab.
And then, Doctor, can you describe?
We heard from
what
her
was
yesterday.
Depicted in Exhibit 76.
Exhibit 76 is also another photograph taken from the inside of the Dane County morgue. It depicts an opened body bag that contains four smaller containers or four smaller bags inside. Containers 1 through 4.
Yeah, and what is the depiction of that particular exhibit? Is that consistent with your recollection of how the remains were recovered and stored when you left the Stony Brook residence?
That is correct.
Your Honor, I would move for admission of those exhibits and ask for permission to publish all three.
The objection to 74, 75, and 76, Mr. Freilich.
Yes, Your Honor, defense objects to exhibits 74, 75, 76, more prejudicial than probative, relevancy, and duplicitous arguments.
Stop saying duplicitous. He means duplicative.
Published in the jury.
This
He
guy
keeps
doesn't
saying
know words.
duplicitous when he means duplicative, and it drives me up a fucking wall.
He said something else yesterday that was.
Well, it was 2 days ago. It was during the hearing, the
Oh.
competency hearing. He
Mhm.
kept saying diabolical instead of diametrically opposed. He
Oh yeah,
didn't
diabolically
say
opposed.
diametrically opposed. Yeah, he kept saying he's diabolically opposed.
Yeah, good memory.
He's like one of those guys like from the hoods, like, and I know he's like diabolically opposed to the. Yeah,
It's like a
just
Key and
use-
Peele spot.
Judge,
Key and
while we're
Peele
waiting for
sketch,
this
kind
to
of.
fire up,
Right.
We have a sidebar with counsel.
You keep using that word. I do not think it means what you think it means.
Inconceivable.
Yeah, just use small words you can understand, defense lawyer.
A lot of people like using big words to make them sound smarter,
and it fails. It just fails. All right, let's talk about some of the things that people want to talk about here. Ella Cole. What's up, Ella Cole? Thank you again for another super chat. Can't stop imagining the sound she was making during this. Oh God. You sick woman.
during which
In,
part?
in my head, it's either like a golem or a fire bloke from The Stand. All right, Nicholas Starr, who we still don't know why he's not here because he's not answering that
He
question.
said he was working in chat.
Oh.
Defending terrible clients or something like that.
Wow. Larry Kid Defender, we already read this one here. DOI case, decapitation under the influence. Flux, $2. Thank you so much. We all know she's insane, just not legally.
I mean, I actually don't think she's insane. I think she's quite sane.
She's just freaky. Joe Pottinger with a 5 pounds. The
She's
business
sick.
was definitely planning to take the bucket and contents home with her. Yes, she was, because she said as much. She told the police that.
Take up with the attorneys.
And then what was she going to do with them?
Take our mid-morning break right now.
All right.
And
it's quick.
It'll be about 10 minutes. So all rise for the jury.
Get a rise out of the jury. Woo. All right, let's I don't think he's going to be talking to the lawyer, so we shall get rid of these people. Go away, lie and cuck. We'll drop the cuck cage on him here in just a minute.
So what did I miss? Sorry, I had to step away for a second.
Yeah, no, not much. Just talking about the horrific the injuries that that he suffered and all the horrible things you did to his body, and lots of Jimmy Choo and Crock-Pot Box references.
So first of all, I just have to make it very clear. I do not think that was a real Jimmy Choo. I think it was a counterfeit bag. Just saying. Second of all, but I don't think they weren't going to authenticate it, obviously. So if it said Jimmy Choo on it,
well, I don't know if she's slinging drugs and walking the streets for money, she could be affording a real Jimmy Choo.
Yeah, but I still think she would.
And that's all speculative. But I'm just wondering why
this is one of the photographs that was previously disclosed to the defense to raise objections prior to the motion hearing. Defense did not object to the photograph at that particular time.
Motion hearing on June 13.
Wait, what?
Last month.
Correct. So obviously with the purpose of addressing these issues to try to head these off, this
Cameraman,
photograph was
step
not
up the game,
objected to.
bitch.
However, this morning we're objecting to relatively benign photos of closed body bags. So I anticipate the defense would object to this photograph. It does depict the crime victim's face. At autopsy, and the state believes the photograph, while it does depict his face, and I understand it is arguably prejudicial, it is highly relevant because it demonstrates the indicia of strangulation, which is ultimately the doctor's determination as to the cause of his death, and can describe why he believes that the strangulation occurred prior to his death. And it actually shows a small portion of the remainder of his body, which demonstrates different coloration. So it's a highly relevant photograph that the doctor is capable of describing.
I've never heard that.
I wanted to head this off and have the court address that issue outside the presence of the jury. I can mark the photo and provide a copy to the court so that you have an opportunity to view it.
Okay, why don't we do that? Let's get it marked, and then I'll take a look at it. Mr. Fraley, presumably you've seen it.
I've seen a lot of pictures. I haven't seen this one right now. No, I've seen it.
Eric, we don't know if she was a woman of negotiable affections. I'm just saying, why would a relatively, and just keep that in, a relatively attractive woman be living in the same house with an old drug addict twice her age, and they both have two separate phones? Just saying.
The remainder of the injuries that we'll discuss with the doctor.
Yeah.
Intended to using diagrams.
2 people, 4 phones.
Mr. Fraley, do you have an objection? We went through this, as I said, on the 13th of June, but is there an objection?
Your Honor, I put a lot of time into, reviewing all the pictures and did file a motion making objections to photographs that I thought were, that should not come into evidence. But we're in a trial now, and, as a defense attorney, you don't know what the state's going to present as evidence. This picture I would object to on behalf of my client. We already have a picture of what the victim looked like when he was alive. That was already presented by the state. Now they're presenting a second picture. I would argue that this picture, if it has any relevancy to the case, It's highly prejudicial. It's an autopsy picture. I don't believe a lot of people on the jury have ever seen something like this before, and it could shock their conscience and create horror in their minds. So I would object to it, Your Honor, on all of those grounds. Thank you.
Okay.
All right, so the defense clearly doesn't want the autopsy picture of just like a torso with little
was a
bits.
photo that was taken at your office.
It sounds like it's a head,
during the
no?
course of the autopsy. Is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Well, the issues the court has to address in these kinds of objections relating to prejudice versus the probative value is really a balancing kind of a test, and the issue that's being addressed with the court, what this is being offered for, is to demonstrate the means of death and which is an important part of the case, of course. And I ruled earlier at the hearing in June that I was not going to permit the exhibit of the crime victim's head in the bucket. This is a different, really, set of circumstances.
See, and God bless a judge today that can make a fucking judgment and stick with it.
We have the
I love
coroner here, who's really a witness that's an important piece of this case, frankly, for both sides of the case to hear from. And this is a photograph taken in the process of him doing his job, and one that I think, given what I've heard by way of an offer of proof, is going to be useful in him describing the means or the method of death of the victim. I'm satisfied for those reasons that although there's certainly prejudice to the photo, many things that come into a trial are prejudicial to one side or another. Satisfied the probative value in this case outweighs the prejudicial effect.
Base judge, separate body parts laying around the house is probative.
And then the doctor can explain what's shown on it and why it's relevant to the case. So that's going to be the order of the court.
Your Honor?
Yes.
With respect to the court, just as further additional argument,
want to further argue my decision?
No.
Go ahead.
Your Honor, though, it's just kind of, in my opinion, sort of highly unusual that this picture, of the deceased would be presented to the jury when the doctor can easily testify about, the cause and manner of death. The picture isn't going to really add too much, in my opinion. But I totally respect the court's ruling. I just want to make sure
respect the court's. Well, you should fucking respect the court's opinion.
And I understand that. Photographs can be helpful to juries in understanding what witnesses are testifying to. For example, I think that argument could be made probably regarding every single photograph that's been entered into evidence, and that is, well, we can tell you what it looked like, and so you don't need to see a picture of it. Photos can be helpful; they can, and so I understand that.
Do I want to see severed head? Do I not want to see severed head?
The doctor could just simply describe everything, but the question is this going to be helpful to the jury? And will the prejudicial effect outweigh the probative value? I don't think so. I do think it'll be helpful to the jury, and so for those reasons, I'm going to allow it to be admitted. So that's the order of the court. Anything before council takes a brief recess, Mr. Levay?
Council got to take a piss
Just
break.
briefly, so on the issue of the photograph, while we are showing it to the jury, I would ask that the media not show a copy of that photograph on the live stream.
I will enter
Beta.
an order. The media is not permitted to show that photograph on the live stream or take a picture of it in any other fashion. Anything else?
No.
Mr. Frog, anything else before break?
Oh, so we're not going to get to see it? Boo.
Very good. Then you can step down. Doctor, we'll take a break. I think we've taken up about half of the break already, but try to be back in
I'm disappointed.
5 or 10 minutes.
Yeah, Judge, go.
Recess.
Stop taking away from my reading super chat time, Liam. I got to get rid of the cuck cage. I don't want to cuck my dog. Dog's not a cuck unless he's like watching, but that doesn't happen very often.
Now we know that the jury gets to see the full severity of what she did, and that's
Yeah.
kind of a good thing.
There we go.
Oh,
We
Yoda.
uncuck the dog.
Better.
All right, so let's get through this. We got a couple of super chats here that have piled up. Chad Moore, multiple mattresses, Princess in the PP. Yeah, if you saw the pictures yesterday, Chad Therian's basement, where he was living, and he wasn't living there when he would visit his parents' house to do laundry and smash and whatnot. He had just 3 mattresses stacked up on the floor. And it's confirmed they were semi-hoarder because the mother and the boyfriend testified that they couldn't get to the front door.
Oh, that's a fire hazard.
So let's look here. Crew Kids 52 says, my man, doing the Dr. Spiegel a jury turn. Yeah, we did that. Unhung Hero, how much brain water was in the bucket? Brain water in the bucket. There wasn't much brain water. There was probably like neck water, torso water,
But
and
there was a
junk
Jolly
water.
Rancher, so
Yeah, and there was a Jolly Rancher. It was still wrapped though, so I'm not sure.
nobody's
that
told
just
me
may have
what
been a
flavor it is.
relic.
I really want to know.
We should have looked closer yesterday when they showed the picture.
Hmm.
And Lindy Lou 67 with the $8 super chat, the 8 Aussie buckers. Thank you so much. Is the defense going to say Steve's car should have been behind hers as he was out drinking while she was cutting up a body? That's a possibility. Saying, well, but her car was parked across the street. They already have people across the street talking and doing things. Otto, legal vices. He's on Joe's now. Who's on Joe? What are you talking about? MLS is on Joe's now? I don't know what you're talking about, Otto. Otto's just saying things about he's going to be at the top of the hour. Joe's over. He's on Joe. I don't know. I don't know what you're talking about. Anyway, Otto's making weird comments that I don't know what they mean in chat. So, all right.
Chat frequently makes no sense, but I love you guys.
Yeah, we love them.
Even if you're incomprehensible.
Sidecar Steve? What? All right, I'm confused. I'm not paying attention to chat anymore. You confuse me, chat.
Don't let chat distract you.
Yeah. Well, I try to engage with them, but when I engage with chat and you confuse me. Whatever. Right. Let's see. Legal Vices. This is a 6-month. This is what we're doing. I'm not boomering it. We're not reposting this. This is a copy and paste from our monthly memberships because we can't bring them up normally. So we just have to copy them, paste them here, and then I can bring them up. Mrs. K. Griff, member for 6 months of the Clean and Sober crew, says Crockpot Box Jimmy Choo. I think that should be Flux's new addition from this trial. Crockpot Box or Jimmy Choo.
It's gonna get so long. It's gonna get like impossible for her to
Yeah, she's running out of
memorize.
characters.
Mm-hmm.
She's running out of characters.
She's gonna have to start a new one. A new one maybe would be good.
I figured she was a hooker. Again, we're not sure, but like I said, she does drugs. We know she does drugs. The dude living with her does drugs. The dude living in the same apartment is twice her age. They both have 2 cell phones. At least we're assuming they both have 2 cell phones because there were 2 found in her bedroom and 2 found in the living room where the dude sleeps.
I mean, I guess they could have belonged to somebody else, but it's highly unlikely.
Yeah, so there's only a few reasons why a dude twice as old as a relatively okay looking woman live together and why they both have separate phones and they do drugs. But we're just speculating. Mike and he asked the question here, legal vices, why would the defense spend time in opening speaking on innocent until proven guilty when they're claiming insanity? They're not claiming that she did not do it, right? Incorrect. They are claiming she didn't do it. They talked about this a bit yesterday. It's a bifurcated thing. It's a split process. The first thing the jury is going to decide, the jury has to decide the question, did she do it? So that's the first thing that's going to happen. This is what they're doing now. This is the did she do it phase. And the jury will come back and say, yes, she did it, or no, she didn't do it. If they say that she did it, then the jury they'll have like a second part of the hearing, second part of the trial, where the jury will decide the question of was she insane at the time she did it such that she should not be held criminally liable for the murders. So first the prosecution has to prove she did it. Then they have to prove that she was sane at the time.
Right, but if the jury came back with a finding like, no, she did not do it, then the insanity defense would not matter.
Yeah, and it's
unlikely that that's going to happen here, but anything is possible.
Yeah, and so, but we had some chats about this. We had some things like, well, why are they talking about why are we saying things like, oh, they're doing this to lay the foundations of her being insane? They're not arguing sanity now, but it's although it's a two-part proceeding, it's still all wrapped up in the one trial. So now they're laying down the crazy parts so that if she's found guilty, then they can go back and say, okay, during the first part, we heard that she did this, this, and this, and this. That's clearly someone's crazy. So although they're not arguing she's crazy at this point in the proceedings, they're laying the foundation to argue crazy later. Saying, oh yeah, you saw all of these body parts. She stripped the meat off the bones. She jammed the dick and balls into a bucket. They're gonna be talking about those things to lay the foundation so that later, when it gets to the was she insane at the time or not, they can go look at what we've already established, what we've already proven. So that's why they're doing this. That's why they're laying down this innocent until proven guilty. That's why they're trying to sort of find at least some holes in the case. So hope that answered the question. And Flux with the super chat, Mocha Dick Poon XOXO, fully adjustable, blow for freedom. What does shit mean? Muhahaha, yum, crockpot box. And as always, pants are prison. Lamau. You're running out of characters, Flux. We love you so much, Flux. You are the best. We are running out of characters. All righty. Yeah, she already admitted it, but see, that's what they're arguing. That's what they were talking about at the beginning of this, when they were outside the presence of the jury, and they were trying to get this pharmacologist to testify that she was so high on drugs at the time it was committed, and at the time that she gave her confession. The judge said, yeah, there's really no evidence of that, which was an interesting thing, because up to this point, it's been said that she was doing meth, marijuana, and trazodone at the time. But the judge mention that when they did the screening in processing in prison, apparently, or wherever they did the blood test, there was no trazodone in her system. So that seems to be off the table. So the judge is saying there is no evidence that she was intoxicated or drugged out of her mind at the time she did this. They also wanted the pharmacologist to testify that long-term chronic drug use can affect memory and cause chronic brain damage. And the judge said, no, there's no evidence that affects her. The medical jury is still out on whether long-term drug use affects memory or causes chronic brain damage. But he said, even if it does, this pharmacologist, what the hell is that? Just a minute. Law and Crime Audio doing law and crime audio things there. Let me meet them. All right. So yeah, even if there is medical research to show that long-term drug use causes these problems, there's no evidence. There's been no evidence introduced that she was suffering from any chronic brain damage. There's no evidence that she was suffering from long-term drug use. I mean, long-term memory loss due to drug use. Well, and then the judge even went so far as to say there's no evidence that she even has a psychological illness.
I do have a question.
Yeah.
I'm curious. So I don't know. There's some things I don't know about this case, including I don't know when she was arrested. I don't know when they would have had the opportunity to test her to see
what few hours after in
her system. It was a few.
It was so like a few hours after.
Okay. So they tested her at the time, and then So you said that also they're going to be claiming that her confession is null and void because she was intoxicated.
Yes, she was too intoxicated. But the
Mr. Freilich?
No, thank you.
The judges ruled against that.
Then we'll bring in the jury.
Well, they're bringing in the jury, but the judge is saying that voluntary consumption of pharmaceuticals to that point doesn't give you an excuse. The judge is clear on that.
Well, that's
the voluntary
fact,
use of he's a base judge. He's a good judge. He's down with it.
Yeah,
he's
voluntary intoxication is not a defense. Involuntary intoxication is another thing. Like if somebody had drugged her.
Right. So anyway, for those of you that are just joining us while the jury's coming in, we do talk. If you want just straight trial and no talking, you want to go on over to Law and Crime or Court TV. This is a commentary channel. We try to make it fun to watch. As horrific as some of these things can be, we introduce a little bit of levity into it. Things where we try not to talk over the testimony. It's the MST3K rule, I call it. We wait for gaps in the conversation to make one or two sentence things. We try not to talk over the people because they say important things while we're talking. So that's how we roll. All right, let's get back to it. What happened to Court TV's audio while we were gone? This sucked.
I think we were about to
Always
publish
something.
the three
Oh,
photographs
better.
that the doctor had previously described. Is that 74, 75, and 76?
Yes.
Dr. Tranquita, exhibit 74 that you previously described, is that now visible on the screen?
That is correct.
And exhibit 75 that you previously described, is that now visible on the screen?
That is correct.
Wow. Flux bringing the acronym.
Flux, as always,
And,
being a member of the
exhibit
alphabet mafia.
76 that you previously described, is
letters.
that now visible on the screen?
Yeah, that's total alphabet
correct.
mafia bullshit right there.
Thank you, Doctor.
I thought it was just LGBT. Why do they have to add all that?
Now, Doctor,
Just
if
make it
you
worse.
could confirm the human remains from Chad Therian, you received them in
That is not
the
double
form
speaking.
that was just demonstrated in those photos, is that correct?
Because
is
before
correct.
you can
From a
plead
chain
not
of
guilty by
custody
reason
and
of
evidence
insanity, it
standpoint,
has to
did
be proven
everything
you
appear
did
to
it. Yes,
be
she
in
did it,
order when
but
you
he
received
was
it
not
at
legally
the Dane
culpable
County
because he
Medical
was
Examiner's
insane.
office prior to autopsy?
Yes, they did.
Can you give a general description of the process that was utilized to conduct the autopsy in this case?
I know it was an anagram or an acronym,
At the scene,
not an anagram.
we performed the examination as I
Well,
previously
that's hilarious.
described.
Anagram.
In addition,
I
because this
apologize.
occurred during the time of the pandemic, we
This
also
is-
did a nasopharyngeal swab to determine if the decedent was COVID positive, and he was.
Oh, for fuck's sakes.
Upon beginning the
COVID.
examination,
That
our
was the
first
cause of
step
death.
is usually to
Jesus
take
Christ.
x-rays of the body.
Please say yes.
And this
Please
is a
say
very
yes.
helpful
COVID.
tool that
Please.
we use to try to determine if there's any fractures, foreign objects, or what the general condition is of the skeletal system of the decedent. For this, the bag can be intact, which is a helpful way of doing it. Once the bag is opened, the next step is to begin to take as-is photographs. In other words, photographs of the body exactly as it's received, before it's cleaned, before it's washed, before anything is removed.
Bathe the corpse and bring it to me.
The next step after that is to collect trace evidence, if any can be found. This can involve a sexual assault kit, swabs, fingernail clippings, everything in an effort to try to find any DNA evidence that might be useful. Once that is done, the body can then be washed and cleaned, and then we begin our external examination. The external examination is an examination of the outside of the body, not only for any identifying marks, tattoos, scars, but also to get a sense of what injuries are present, what trauma is present on the body, and if we have the entire body present as we suspected at the scene. So typically at that point, we begin to take our inventory of what is present, and then we also begin to examine each fragment to see what is present, what is trauma, what is artifact, and what is real injury.
And that process that you described as the general process, is that what you utilized here?
That's correct. And by the documentation of the external, we take photographs, we take measurements, and I take diagrams as well to try to recreate for the reader what I see at the table.
And to reiterate, ultimately, what is the goal of conducting the
Take
autopsy?
pictures of them. Perv.
The ultimate goal is to determine the cause and manner of death. But a secondary goal is to try to document the findings that are present so that if somebody challenges or disagrees with these findings, that the evidence is there, that I can provide my explanation for my reasoning and a historical record of what goes on within the autopsy room.
And before we get into the specifics, ultimately, were you able to determine what you believe to be a cause and manner of death for Chad Therian?
Yes, I was.
Doctor, is it typical that not only the cause and manner of death, but the findings or the bases to support those findings are generally outlined in a report?
Yes, they are.
And did you prepare such a report in this case?
Yes, I did.
I'll pay this guy's expert fees if he says the cause of death was COVID. I swear to God I will.
Well, you don't know that he died of COVID and, didn't get cut into pieces afterwards. That's a possibility.
Dr. Trinket, I'm showing you what's been marked as Exhibit 78. Can you review that and identify that document for the jury?
Oh, and this high school AV guy that keeps fucking around with the camera, changing the views, swapping
Exhibit
things
number
around.
78 is a copy of the autopsy report that was generated on our case number 223433 for Shad Thurian.
Chunky dog is Yoda.
Doctor, is that a 14-page report?
And there's more where that came from.
That is correct.
And you believe that report accurately outlines your findings following the autopsy and investigation into the death of Shad Thurian?
Yes, I do.
And are the opinions that are outlined in this report and the final diagnoses, are those opinions that are consistent with your medical training and experience?
Yes, they are.
Judge, I would move for the admission of Exhibit 78.
The objection, Mr. Freilich?
No.
That'll be received.
And Doctor, again, before we get into the bases or the specifics, what was your opinion as it relates to the cause and manner of death of Shad Thurian?
It is my medical opinion that the cause of death of Shad Thurian is strangulation and that the manner of death is homicide.
Can you explain for the jury the difference between cause and manner?
Of course. Cause of death is the mechanism by which somebody dies. If one wants to think of it as an example, a gunshot wound of the head is a cause of death. That is a mechanism by which somebody dies. The manner of death is the category or classification of that mechanism. So in other words,
sleep meditation
a gunshot wound of the head can be a suicide. It can be an accidental death, or it can be a homicidal death.
I'm sure a lot of white
The
women.
cause of
would
death
love-
you want to
love
think
fall
about
sick to
as
this.
the mechanical process which results in someone's death. And the manner of death is the circumstances or the totality of the story, including the investigation and the scene findings, and the history, which helps you categorize that mechanism in terms of the class of death that this occurs.
And Doctor, I'll first address the issue of cause of death. Can you outline for the jury the findings or the circumstances that support your opinion that the cause of death in this case was strangulation?
Of course. On examination of the body, I am looking for any findings that might indicate what the potential cause of death might be. In this case, on my examination of the decedent, I had a number of findings that were consistent with a strangulation death. To begin with, I had plethory or cyanosis of the head and upper neck. And by plethory or cyanosis, I mean a deep purplish discoloration or congestion of the head and neck, such that I know that return of blood flow back to the body from the head is interrupted or blocked. Along those lines, I had numerous petechial hemorrhages or burst blood vessels of the skin of the face, of the conjunctivae around the eyes or the pink around the eyes. I had hemorrhages as well of the whites of the eyes or the sclera, and I also had hemorrhages of the mucosa of the inside of the mouth. These are all consistent with sharp pressure being applied to the neck and the blood vessels of the neck, causing bursting of these blood vessels. In addition, the tongue was protuberant outside of the mouth, consistent with the tongue being driven up and outwards during the process of strangulation.
Alive or dead. Weird.
When I examined the tongue itself, there was a patterned indentation on the surface of the tongue, consistent with an object being pressed hard across the tongue, such that it left an indentation within the tongue. There were also abrasions or scrapes on the surface of the tongue, and there was an intramuscular hemorrhage or bleeding within the tongue. This is often seen in cases of strangulation, where the tongue can be trapped between the teeth and the jaw is driven upwards and trapping the tongue between the teeth.
Well, while he's talking medical,
Once I
gibberish, I'm
dissected
gonna hop on
down
over
the
here, and
neck,
I'm gonna do
I
a
had
copyright
hemorrhages
claim on
of the
legal
muscles of
mindset
the
for being
neck
a
as well.
cuck and striking.
And this is also
sniping my
classically seen
stream
often
sniping
in cases
cuck.
of strangulation,
What's up, brother? Love you.
where blunt force trauma is applied to the neck during the process of compression, and you have injury and bleeding within the neck muscles. These hemorrhages were not only in the neck muscles, but they were also in the soft tissues surrounding the trachea or airway or windpipe, surrounding the larynx or upper airway, all the way down to the cervical spine or the spinal column as it goes all the way down to the vertebra. So in other words, I had hemorrhages going from the surface all the way down deep into the neck muscle structures, indicative of significant force being applied to the neck.
Just wanted to follow up
This
on
guy's
that
not a real
particular
doctor. He's
last
like the
point.
cervical spine. The
Doctor,
cervix is
you
nowhere near
indicated
the spine.
multiple areas where you saw evidence of strangulation. Did those same areas allow you to make some sort of determination or form an opinion as to the amount of force or the amount of time that force would have been applied to the neck?
Objection, speculative, speculation.
I think that's exactly what his professional role is.
This is a great deal of force. We're not talking about simply injuries to the superficial structures, for example, the skin. I have injuries to the very thick muscles on the sides of the neck. I have injuries to the soft tissues beneath this. I have injuries to all the soft tissues surrounding the neck, and I also have hemorrhage on the soft tissue on the anterior aspect of the cervical spine. This is hemorrhage deep through multiple layers of the neck, consistent with a great deal of force being applied and a great deal of injury.
I'm going to try something here that's never been tried before in the history of the internet, as far as I know. Hang tight with me here. Let's see if we can snipe the stream sniper who's sniping me.
And
A great deal.
injury.
Let's see if the world. I'm going to try something here that's never been tried before in the history of the internet.
Okay, I'm gonna switch because he's probably gonna try to stream snipe me right now.
No, he
So
switched.
I'm gonna move over here to Joe, and
All
we'll
right,
cover
never
Joe
mind.
for a second.
God damn it! Now I have to go unfuck myself. That was too.
beat you to
He
it?
missed it by seconds. Damn it! All right.
Okay,
All
I
right,
have no
back to
idea what
us.
just happened. I'm very confused.
No, because legal mindset is sniping me, and I was going to snipe his stream of him sniping me.
Oh, he had us on his stream?
I don't think it's ever been done in history, but all right, let's get back here.
Forgive me, it's early. I'm still waking up. No, he was fast. Probably because he heard you say that. It was a good effort. And we can't hear court audio. Jeff?
Hang on.
Okay. I thought I went deaf for a second.
I was texting legal mindset.
Oh.
Wait, we're not hearing the audio?
No, there's no court
Really?
audio. There's no court audio. I was trying to tell you.
Well, how about if I unmute it?
That might be good.
Let's see.
What is it?
How's that? Is that better?
This is a depiction
Sorry
of
about
the
that, folks.
right side of Shad Therian's face
I was
at the
listening to it.
autopsy examination. In the photograph is the right side of his face, along with the grayscale ruler with the case number, and also a L-shaped ABFO ruler, which is an American Board of Forensic Odontology ruler. It shows dimensions in 2 scales. The right side of his face shows his eyes closed and his tongue protuberant, pledged between the right side of his mouth. He has abrasions or scrapes that are visible on the right side of his face and nose and cheek. At the lower aspect of the photograph are numerous sharp force injuries depicted on the upper chest.
Your Honor, I would ask for the admission of that photograph, or move for admission of the photograph and ask for permission to publish at this time.
All right. So apologies to the thousands of you that were watching that. We were getting stream sniped by legal mindset. So I was having witty banter with him, and then I was going to snipe him, sniping us. But then he ran away like a little beta. Just kidding,
Oh.
Andrew.
He was just trying to beat you at your own game.
Then I muted it. So, anyway.
Yeah, and I'll note that the media is not allowed to publish this photo.
Okay, this is the photo of the torso, the chopped.
Doctor, the photograph depicted in Exhibit 77, is that now visible on the screen?
Yes, it is.
Can you utilize that photograph to describe some of the indicia of strangulation that you had previously outlined for the jury?
Yes, I can. As you look at his face compared to the lower aspect of his body, which is visible in the upper right corner, you can see how much more purple and how much more congested it is compared to the rest of his body.
I must see it.
Similarly, on the particularly you can see around the cheek, there are small pinpoint hemorrhages or circular petechial hemorrhages also on the right temple, which are burst hemorrhages present on the skin. And these are referred to as petechial hemorrhages, caused from ruptured capillaries on the skin surface. His tongue is protuberant and visible in this photograph coming out the right side of his mouth. Subsequently, as we examine the tongue further, we can see that there are abrasions and contusions of the tongue from impacts between the teeth. There is also a ligature oppression, as we previously described, on the surface of the tongue, which is not visible here. It's hidden by his mouth.
And Doctor, you talked about the coloration and how that's relevant to the strangulation as the cause of death. Is the coloration from the body, is that also relevant to your determination that injuries to the body were postmortem?
It does, yes.
Doctor, in addition to preparing a report and taking photographs of the injuries, do you also utilize diagrams?
Yes, I do.
And what is the purpose of those diagrams?
My primary purpose is to document the findings in as many different ways as I can. I take photographs, I take diagrams, I take measurements. I want to recreate the findings for the viewer, for the reader, so that they can go back to them and see what I saw at the autopsy table. I also find the diagrams are easier for people to review and people to look at who do not look at bodies on a regular basis. They're less traumatic. They protect the privacy of the decedent a little more. And I think that they are a document which I found to be very valuable for conveying what I found in a very easy to understand and not disturbing way.
Doctor, I've provided Exhibit 79. Can you take a look at that and describe what that is for the jury?
Exhibit 79 is a copy of my autopsy notes and diagrams that I generated on this case. It includes head and neck diagrams. It includes diagrams of the entire body and diagrams of the skeletal system as well.
Your Honor, I would move for admission of Exhibit 79 and ask for permission to publish the diagrams.
Any objection?
No.
All right, that can be published to the jury. I'll receive it and it can be published to the jury.
And Judge, for the diagrams and the subsequent discussion, could the lights be dimmed as well?
Sure.
Theater atmosphere.
Dr. Tranquita, is the screen now displaying what would be the first page of Exhibit 79?
Yes, it does.
And can you note what's of importance from your
I'm sorry, there's
medical
too many limbs
perspective
in
as
that
to
picture.
these
That's not
diagrams?
accurate.
Of course.
What if they put little lines?
This is the front page of what's referred to as my autopsy notes. And this allows me a front and back view of the body to depict findings. Also, a spot at the top where I can enter the general demographic features. In other words, weight of the body as it's recovered, approximated age, frame, hair color, eye color, what's the state of the postmortem changes, such as rigor mortis or livor mortis. And then with the front and back diagrams,
Rigor
I'm able to
coitus
show
in
sort
the
of
house.
general findings. In this case, because there were so many sharp force injuries and
True, it is
injuries of
missing
the
the
head and
genitals,
neck,
so it is
I
accurate in
saved
that
them
respect.
for separate diagrams, and this is more for general findings. The most relevant
Genital
ones that I want to
findings.
kind of emphasize on is there is marked congestion of the head and neck, but the rest of the body is relatively pale. There were some contusions or blunt force trauma injuries of the remainder of the body. There was a contusion on the upper aspect of the left side of the chest, a contusion on the upper aspect of the right side of the chest. There were abrasions of the right upper extremity. There was a contusion or bruise of the anterior aspect of the right knee, and there was a collapsed blister on the left heel. He also had a gray metal ring that was present on the little finger of the left hand.
I was hoping you'd say it was somewhere else.
Yeah, I was thinking the same thing. My mind
Doctor,
also-
on the screen, are we now showing page 2 of Exhibit 79?
Yes, we are.
And specifically, I draw your attention to the top right-hand corner of that. There's a depiction or a drawing. What is that?
In the top right
He used to be a guard
is a
until he took an
picture
arrow to
of the
the knee.
surface of the decedent's tongue. With my crude art skills, I apologize. But I'm depicting where the arc-like abrasions are present on the tongue, and that's at the tip, those curvilinear interrupted abrasions. There was a contusion of the right side of the tip of the tongue or bruise. And then on the back and middle aspect of the right side of the tongue, there were two parallel, very patterned, very regular indentation rows consistent with a potential ligature being pressed against the neck. Being pressed against the tongue.
Ligature pressed
Doctor,
against the
based on your
tongue?
prior experience with strangulation
tie off his
cases, is
tongue?
that something that is typically seen or ordinarily seen where there's a potential ligature strangulation, that you may see ligature marks not only on the neck, but also on other parts of the body?
She tied off his fucking tongue.
Yes,
Are they sure
it
he's
occurs
referring to the
when
teeth?
the ligature shifts during the assault.
As a ligature?
If the ligature shifts, often the victim or the decedent will try to get their chin underneath the ligature. I can sometimes see
Okay.
injuries across
Maybe
the
it was like
chin,
trying to pull it off
across
and
the
got
lower
cut
lip,
across
or
his-
inside the mouth as
Okay.
ligature is shifting in position before it's placed again on the neck.
Doctor, you mentioned that you were present on scene and had the opportunity to observe two metal dog chains that were collected by law enforcement. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And did you note any consistency between those chains that were collected and the marks that you observed on Chad Therian's body?
Yes, I did.
And what was that?
When I'm observing injuries or trying to interpret injuries, I am looking for patterns. Anything that I can use to convey to an investigator, hey, you may want to look for this at the scene. In this case, we had very organized, repeating, interrupted indentations on the surface of the tongue, very evenly spaced apart. This would not be inconsistent with the pattern of a chain and the chain links as they twist, leaving separate corner impressions on the surface of the tongue.
So I guess he pulled the chain off, and then he was trying to, and it got caught across his tongue. 'Cause I don't think she would
Doctor,
just
does
wrap
the
up his
screen
tongue
now
and pull it.
depict
That'd be
the
crazy,
third
right?
page of Exhibit 79?
I feel like they're referring to the teeth as a ligature. I'm not sure though.
Yes,
because
it does.
No, he's saying it was the pattern of the pattern of the
Could you
chain
describe
on
for the
his
jury
tongue.
the significance of these particular diagrams?
That's weird.
Because there were so many findings, I separated out the head and neck diagrams to a separate diagram. This diagram depicts multiple different views of the decedent's head and neck. Similar to the photograph, we can see that there is congestion of the head above the level of decapitation. In other words, there's purplish discoloration or cyanosis or plethory of the upper aspect of the neck and head, consistent with congestion. On the right side of the decedent's face and nose is an abrasion. There are contusions at the left temple, just above the ear, and at the right temple, just above the ear as well, or
She donkey
bruises.
punched him while she was on his back. That's
Once I
awesome.
dissected down the neck, I found hemorrhages of the muscles of the neck on the left side and right side of the neck. I also found sharp force injuries of the outer aspect of the left eyebrow and outer aspect of the left upper eyelid, and then also on the left side of the tip of the nose. I believe that these are also post-mortem artifact because they're non-hemorrhagic. There's no redness, there's no swelling. This is consistent with cutting a body that's already been dead. Across the neck, I am depicting the point of decapitation of the decedent. This was roughly at the level of cervical vertebra C5, C6. We have about 7 cervical vertebrae. So it's just above the base of the neck, where we have complete decapitation. In other words, it's going completely through the neck and the head is separate from the remainder of the body. There are also a number of sharp force injuries above and below the level of decapitation, consistent with multiple cuts attempted as the person is trying to get through the neck.
Now, Doctor, does the screen show what is page 4 of Exhibit 79?
Oh,
Yes, it does.
I don't think I will ask you to describe every injury that's denoted on this particular
Good
diagram,
God.
as
She peeled
we'll
his
be here a
back.
while. But could you describe generally what is depicted in this diagram?
Of course.
Holy Christ.
This is a front and back view of the decedent's body, where I'm attempting to show the points of dismemberment, as well as points of sharp force injury that are present. The contusions I've also included here to try to show where they are, or bruises and abrasions. But for the most part, I want to focus on the sharp force trauma. In particular, in this case, we have the head has been decapitated at the level of the lower neck. The back has been largely flayed and defleshed. In other words, the skin of the back has
Degloving
been
in the
removed.
house.
Also, the muscles of the back have been removed so that we have exposed rib cage and spine.
Jesus.
Oh my
The
fuck.
torso,
Holy shit.
so extending from about the neck to the groin, has been bisected or cut in half at the level of the lumbar vertebra or the vertebra of the lower spine, so that we have access to the inside of the torso, both the pelvis and the upper aspect of the chest and abdomen. We have attempted amputations at the level of the right shoulder and right elbow. We have numerous
Goodbye
cuts
monetization. It
and
was
stab
fun while it
wounds
lasted, I guess.
of the
Jesus.
extremities. When we get to the abdomen and thighs, we have areas of skin removal where flaps of skin have been removed.
Oh,
Where we get to the right thigh, all of the soft tissue has been removed, so we're down to the bone. In other words, all we have is exposed femur for the length of the femur. When we get to the lower extremities, the left lower extremity has been amputated to the level of the knee. The kneecap or patella was recovered separately. We have another amputation from the knee to the level of the ankle, and the left foot was recovered from within the left chest cavity, placed within there.
What?
At the right lower extremity,
Why?
we have, again, the femur, which has been largely defleshed, but I was able to reapproximate the pieces of muscle and pieces of skin to recreate what was there. And then we had
I'm still
the
thinking it
right
might have been
knee
suicide.
to the right foot still
For
intact.
COVID. Definitely COVID.
Doctor, based on your training and experience, what kind of amount of time would be necessary in order to create this sort of disruption to a body?
Objection, speculation.
Notice how she looks down a lot. She does not want to admire her handiwork, unfortunately.
It is my medical opinion that this would be quite a few hours. We have decapitation, we have dismemberment, we have transection of the torso. Subsequently, internally, the body has been eviscerated. In other words, we have entered inside the body through various cuts, both at the abdomen and between the ribs, where the victim's organs have been removed, largely one by one. We have
Yeah, the
castration
insides
of
ain't in the
decedent.
insides
The
no
decedent
more.
has been castrated as well.
And she took the balls. She took
We
the
have
balls.
cutting or sawing.
That answers the
through,
question. Dick or
shock
balls?
mark
Always
injuries
balls.
of the bones.
Balls or no balls?
It is my medical opinion that this would have taken quite a great deal of time.
And a great deal of intent,
Yeah.
planning, foresight, mens rea, and actus reus. In other words, first-degree homicide.
And doctor, is the screen now depicting
Jesus.
page 5 of Exhibit 79?
Yeah.
Yes, it is.
And what are you attempting to denote here as opposed to on the previous exhibit?
That woman's a mother.
Again, I don't want to overload one particular set of diagrams. So in this set of diagrams, what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to show the points of skeletal dismemberment. In other words, where on the skeletal system the body has been taken apart.
See, again, I mean,
So
real
here I'm
talk. The
illustrating
thing to
that
remember
the
is
head and
his
neck has
mother
been,
found
severed
this.
at the level of C5, C6.
Yep.
I have that the torso has been severed at the level of about L3, L4 of the lumbar spine. I've shown that the pelvis has been cut right at the pubic bone and separated open. I've shown that there is attempt to sharp force trauma at the distal right arm or right humerus, and also at the proximal right forearm or right radius
Lisa,
ulna.
there's still 2 other children.
I'm showing
Shame
that
on
we
you,
have
Lisa. Go to the bad girls
amputations
room.
or severing of the left femur, both just proximal to the hip and at the distal left femur. I've shown that the left kneecap has been separated, and I've also shown that the left lower leg has also been separated at the distal tibia and fibula. At the right lower extremity, the right hip socket has been opened and separated. I have severing of the right lower extremity at the level of the knee, and the kneecap on the right side is received with the lower leg.
I'm so disturbed. What the hell?
Doctor, you had mentioned attempted dismemberment or attempted amputation. Can you describe what you mean by that?
That's one way.
Of course. There are some areas where there are cuts through the muscle and cuts through the skin, but they do not completely transect the limb or extremity. So there's evidence of cutting deeply into these tissues in the postmortem state, but not complete transection, so they are still attached. On the bones, there's multiple evidence of sharp force trauma to the bones, even in areas where the bone is still in one piece. Evidence of previous attempts to cut or saw through or transect the bone.
Neck got dull.
Well, she did go through 6 different knives.
Yeah. She just kind of gave up at a certain
These
point.
pieces of bone were
I'm not sure,
collected.
non-responsive.
Always keep a knife sharpener around, everybody. You don't want a dull knife. You got injured. Very dangerous.
Doctor, is it typical that in the course of your investigation into a death that you would ask for toxicology to be performed on the decedent?
Yes, I would.
And was that done in this particular case?
Yes, it was.
What were some of the challenges that you faced with respect to toxicology?
The largest challenge was the amount of disruption of the vascular system. This body was essentially bloodless. So what I did is at the scene, I collected a hemorrhagic fluid that was present in one of the containers where the body was kept, with the hope that some of this was blood that was drained from the decedent's remains. As
She
they sat
drank
within
it.
the
You know
container.
she drank it.
And these were submitted for toxicology.
then she'd
In
look
addition, I
younger.
saved tissues as well. Should there have
I
been
thought
any-
blood was supposed to keep you looking younger. It doesn't work for her. I
Based on
guess.
your training and
needed to
experience,
bathe
are
in it
there
like Elizabeth
concerns about the
Bathory.
accuracy of the toxicology based on how you had to obtain the fluid for toxicology?
Yes, there are.
And what are those concerns?
This was hemorrhagic fluid that was collected from in this case, the bucket where a portion of the decedent's remains were recovered. Whether this all represents the decedent's blood, somebody else's blood, substances that may have been present in the bucket before the decedent was placed in there, whether the blood is entirely blood or a combination of blood and cerebrospinal fluid and vomit and other fluids, whether there is water present in the bucket as well. So as a result, these findings are noted.
My blood alcohol
but they should be
content is
taken
way
into
too low
context
for this.
and
Give me a
with
minute. I'll be right
caveats.
back.
And in terms of the toxicology report, what substances did you note from the fluid that was submitted for toxicology? toxicological testing?
From the fluid that was submitted, we found cocaine. We found cocaine metabolite benzoyl ecgonine. We found methamphetamine. We found amphetamine. We found delta 9 tetrahydrocannabinol, or the active component of marijuana. And I believe we also found nicotine, which is present in most tobacco products.
Now, doctor, you found a number of those substances in the fluid. Are those substances, in your opinion, contributory to Shatharian's death in any way?
I do not believe so, no.
I think you mentioned this earlier, doctor, when you were describing the general process of the autopsy, but is swabbing of the body something that you typically do?
Well, now that I'm here, I'm going to look at paper towel and clean up the little bit I just
individual
spilled.
within a death.
I'll be right back again.
Swabbing is something that I typically do.
And is that something that was done in this particular case?
Yes, I did.
Can you describe the process for swabbing and then the process for maintaining the integrity of the evidence that's collected in those swabs?
Of course. Before the body is cleaned or altered in any way, while it is still resting on an evidence sheet, what I do is I collect DNA swabs of the external surfaces of the body. Typically, I'll go for areas where I suspect the greatest possibility of contact. In this case, I believe they are all listed on pages 14 of the autopsy report. So it included the left and right sides of the forehead, the left and right cheeks, the left and right sides of the chin, the left and right sides of the neck, both sides of the chest, what was left of the skin surface of the abdomen, what was left of the skin surface of the back, the left and right arms, the left and right forearms, the left and right wrists, the palmar aspects of the left and right hands, the dorsal aspects of the left and right hands, the skin of the left thigh, the skin of both legs, the skin of both feet. And then I took oral, penile, scrotal, and rectal swabs. And then of all the fragments of skin that were recovered separate from the decedent, I swabbed the skin surfaces of those as well. So those were 12 separate fragments of skin.
Hi.
Swabbed.
I'm back.
After that, they're air dried, packaged, and given to law enforcement.
And that process was followed in this case with respect to the integrity of the evidence?
That is correct.
Is it typical that you obtain a swab that's intended to be either a swab or some sort of evidence that is intended to be a known sample for the deceased?
Steve!
That is correct.
What is the typical process for that?
I'm so happy you're here.
Typically, we collect what's referred to as a DNA card, which is a blood spot card that is air dried and then subsequently can be used for DNA testing.
Do you know if that was used in this case?
Yes, it was.
Do you know if you also did a buccal swab in this case, or a swab from the inside of the mouth of the decedent?
That's correct. That was with my oral swab that I took earlier.
Would you have to do an oral swab of the decedent? There seemed to be enough fluid and other things laying around. You wouldn't necessarily specifically have to do that.
Cross-examination, Mr. Freilich.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Now, that was good testimony.
Dr.
That was
Chankita,
solid.
morning.
Good morning, sir.
Did you determine the time of death and the date of death for the deceased?
At best, I can determine approximately how long a person has been dead. But in terms of determining the time of death and the date of death, we list the time where they're examined by a medical professional.
This particular case, you were contacted by the Brown County Medical Examiner, or Petra Schwab, correct?
She was our Petra Schwab was our lead investigator at the time. That's correct.
Okay. She's not a medical examiner, but she's a director, correct?
I believe now her title is Director of Operations, correct?
And she contacted you to secure your assistance with the investigation in this particular case?
That is correct.
Were you contacted on February 23rd of 2022?
I believe that is correct.
Okay.
Yeah.
And you were
The,
briefed
the
on
looking at the
some
lawyer
of the
and turning to the jury
issues
is
or what may
starting
or
to
may not
annoy
have
me.
happened, correct?
That is correct.
And then you traveled from Madison to where the location on Stony Brook Lane, or where did you go?
That is correct. I traveled to the home on Stony Brook Lane
Okay.
in Green Bay.
And do you recall the time that you got there, roughly? Was it in the
Unfortunately,
morning?
not offhand. I believe it was in the morning, but it's difficult to say.
Okay.
It's been a while.
All right. Fair to say that the facts with regards to this case or the circumstances were quite unusual based on your training and experience. Is that fair?
Could you describe what you mean by unusual?
You don't often see situations where there are body parts all over, correct?
What kind of a question is that?
One that helps the prosecution.
Yeah.
I think my line of work is unfortunately very different from others. Fragmentation of people is very
Let's
common.
admit, all of this delicious talk is making me hungry.
People who have
Fragmentation
jumped
of
from tall buildings or been hit by a subway train. That's not unusual for me. It's something that I see quite often.
How about a severed head in a bucket and body parts in different locations? Is that unusual for you?
I would say it's not a common occurrence. That's correct.
It's different, correct?
Correct.
And would you agree that those particular facts make it a little bit more challenging when you have to do your autopsy and your testing and your swabs and your analysis? Is that fair?
In what sense, sir?
In the sense that you essentially have to try to understand the global picture. Is that fair?
That's correct.
And so on this particular date, February 23rd of 2022, you went to the Stony Brook Lane property, to the house, and you went inside?
That is correct.
You conferred with several detectives, correct?
That is correct.
Ms. Schwab was there. Is that fair?
That is correct.
And you found human remains in different locations, correct?
That is correct.
You found a head and a penis and testicles in a black bucket, correct?
Don't forget the Jolly Rancher.
That is correct, at the base of the stairs.
And then you found some other body parts in a duffel bag. They call it a Jimmy Choo bag on a entertainment center, correct?
The fake bag.
I believe so, yes. I believe that was the dark blue bag on the dresser. I'm not very familiar with bags, unfortunately, but yes, that was, I can say color at least. Yes.
Okay, sure.
I've dated a few in my day.
Inside that
Bags, that is.
inside that blue bag, as you say, there were
That was
lots
mean
of
of me.
plastic shopping bags in there, correct?
I believe so, yes.
Was it hard or difficult to understand what you were actually looking at when you were removing these items from the bag due to having plastic bags inside?
I would say no. I'm fairly comfortable with plastic bags. They're often seen at scenes. And then the recovery of the individual pieces, identifying them, of course, is something that I do fairly regularly. So I was able to start saying, okay, this is clearly a piece of this is clearly a piece of that. As we began to gather the inventory, that becomes a very important part of determining if the entire body is present or whether there might be other pieces at another location or destroyed.
Is there someone who's not comfortable with
As
plastic
you
bags?
moved along in the basement of 829 Stony Brook Lane, you moved towards a pink and black Under Armour backpack, correct?
That is correct.
And there were more human remains in there, correct?
That is correct.
And did you know that these remains belonged to one person, or did you have a concern that, did you have any concerns about that?
Very much. My goal was to determine whether or not there might be more than one person present. So in other words, if I found, for example, two patellas from the left side, or if I found two left arms, then I would be concerned that there might be more than one decedent present.
Yeah, that's pretty
And
basic.
then as you went through the basement, did the detectives follow you? Did you take the lead, or how did that kind of work?
Typically what's done is the law enforcement has the jurisdiction or the investigation of the scene, of the surrounding circumstances. But the body, the investigation of the body and the examination of the body falls under the jurisdiction of the medical examiner. So in this case, also because our goal is to try to prevent contamination and preserve as much evidence as possible, we took the lead where we are wearing Tyvek suits and gloves and masks and trying to collect things in as clean and preserved a way as possible. So we took the lead on that, and law enforcement remained in the background.
This wasn't a perfect situation as far as the basement was concerned because there was lots of clutter down there. Is that fair?
That's correct, yes.
There's like a table, Pac-Man machine, all kinds of other items, correct?
That is correct.
You recall seeing 3 mattresses stacked on each other?
Yes, I do.
And then there was another container. Was it such that it was a blue tote?
Yes, there was. I believe it was towards the head of the bed.
And there were human remains in the blue tote, correct?
That is correct.
And on top of the tote, there was blankets or clothing items. Is that fair?
I believe there were, yes.
So fair to say that some of these items that you were attempting to collect may have been tampered with or tainted in some way because of other items being put on top or plastic bags being utilized?
In what way, sir?
If you could just answer my question with due respect.
Jeez, come on.
I'm trying, if my interpretation of tainted with means that DNA evidence could have been lost potentially, or DNA evidence could have been contaminated, I would say that certainly any object that would have come in contact with the remains could potentially transfer or wipe away DNA evidence. So for example, if the plastic bags had other people's DNA on it, that can be transferred onto the skin surface or body surfaces. If the tote bag had other people's DNA on it, that also can be transferred onto the body surfaces of what's been placed in there. If the bedding or bed sheets also had other people's DNA on it, that could be, or hair samples or fingernail clippings, that also could be transferred onto the body surfaces. So if I understand the question correctly, I think that that's about as good an answer as I can give.
You answered it. I appreciate that.
Perfect.
Did you see evidence of drug usage down in the basement on Stony Brook Lane?
Yes, I did.
Did you see a meth pipe down there and a gem baggie with crystal-like substance?
I believe I saw a glass pipe. I think I recall it was white in color. And then there was, I believe, a small green baggie with a powdery crystalline substance inside.
Did you see any evidence of drugs or drug substances on the decedent's mouth or face?
I did not.
Did you swab for that?
The face was swabbed, yes.
With regards to your report, did you indicate that the deceased had possible acute intoxication due to the combined effects of methamphetamine, amphetamine, cocaine, and marijuana?
That is correct.
From your analysis and assessment and examination of the body, did you in any way opine or conclude that drugs had anything to do with the death of Mr. Therian?
It is my medical opinion that the drugs did not have anything to do with the death of Mr. Therian.
Have you had cases where people overdose on methamphetamine?
Yes, I have.
Resulting in death?
Yes, I have.
How do you know that that didn't happen in this particular case?
I know that that did not happen in this particular case because of the extent of hemorrhaging that's present within the decedent's neck and head. In other words, these are antemortem injuries when he still had circulation. In other words, he was still able to bleed. So as a result, I have bruising and contusions of the neck muscles. I have deep hemorrhages of the soft tissues all the way down to the cervical spine. And I have numerous blown hemorrhages of the eyes and oral mucosa and facial skin. To have these, you have to have circulation. You have to have blood pressure. Without it, you'll not get these injuries. You can strangle or stab or punch or hit a dead body as much as you want. But without circulation and without that blood pressure, you're not going to get this kind of hemorrhage.
Do you know if drugs such as methamphetamine could have caused the protuberance of the tongue in the deceased?
Methamphetamine causing protuberance of the tongue?
Yes.
You're
It
using
has
the
not been
words
my
wrong
experience
again.
that causes that.
When you received the remains in the body bags, was there anything unusual with the manner or way you received the items at the Dane County Medical Examiner's office? Did you have any concerns with what you received?
If I understand the question correctly, did I have any concerns about the manner in which the remains were brought to me or delivered to me?
Yes.
I did not.
How did you get those items? They obviously were packaged up at the Stony Brook Lane property, correct?
That is correct. I participated in the packaging.
And then can you take me from there how they arrived at the Dane County Medical Examiner's office?
Of course.
Thank you.
Again, as the bodies were packaged up, the security seal was placed on the bags to show that the body bags are intact and undisturbed. At that point, we contact the driver.
That's
The driver from our
implication.
office comes up to Brown County, collects the remains, then places them into their van. The van is refrigerated, which allows for as best preservation of the remains as we can. And then the body is taken back to Dane County. At that point, the body is checked in to our secured cooler by one of our investigators. And then the body is kept in that secured cooler until such time that we can perform the autopsy examination, which in this case was the 25th.
Thank you. Have you been involved in cases where it's a situation where it's death by asphyxiation, where people engage in choking kind of behaviors?
If I understand the question correctly, yes, I have had cases where people have died from asphyxiation due to choking or strangulation as a mechanism. Yes.
All right. Thank you. Nothing further.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Over your Honor.
Okay, thank you, sir. You can step down.
Thank you, Your Honor.
He was smart. He learned how to answer questions after, defense got testy with him.
That guy was good.
Yeah, he was
Very
really
good.
good.
That was a great expert.
I mean,
Great
enunciation.
Mhm.
Hey, go ahead, Steve.
That's exactly. See, when we watch experts on other trials, this is the way you should do it right here. This is the way an
State's
expert.
next witness.
Clear enunciation, short
Next
answers,
witness, come on.
informative.
How about a break, man?
You just got here.
I know, but I'm at lunch. I'll tell you, people are hammering on the defense attorney. I think the defense attorney's doing pretty good. I mean,
He doesn't have a lot to work with.
he doesn't have anything to work with, but he is setting up.
I was being generous.
Yes, he doesn't have anything to work, but he is setting up the insanity defense.
Yeah.
He's
Yeah,
trying
that's.
to fix-
I think a lot of
Okay,
people
sir,
were
if you wanna
confused
just
about
step
that
up
yesterday.
right over
We're
here,
not testifying
and
about it
before
right
you have a
now.
seat, if you could
But
turn
later,
face,
if
sir,
she's
raise
found
your
guilty
right
and they
hand,
go
show
back
face.
to the not guilty by reason of insanity arguments, they're going to be able to refer back to this and say, this is what was testified earlier. So they're not testifying about her nuttiness now, but they're going to be able to point back and go, look at all of the nuttiness we talked about previously.
The more
Right.
gruesome the crime scene is,
Deputy
the more
Bryce Haynes.
incomprehensible it is to a sane person.
HAINES.
Okay, and Mr.
Wow.
Saunders, the witness is yours.
He skipped
Can
head
you
day
tell
at the
us how you're
gym.
employed
I'm employed as a patrol deputy with the Brown County Sheriff's Office,
and how long have you been employed in that capacity with the Brown County Sheriff's Office?
approximately 2.5 years.
And is that the totality of your law enforcement experience?
I worked for approximately 1.5 years in the village of Black Creek as a police officer.
But then for the last 2.5 years with the Sheriff's Office?
Correct.
And as a patrol deputy, do you sometimes get called out to respond to incident locations in the county of Brown?
Yes.
And you also have occasion to assist other jurisdictions with their own cases.
Correct. Yes.
Okay. I want to ask you, Deputy, then about February 23rd of 2022.
All right,
you were
ladies in
called to
chat
on
and all
duty
you
on that
guys
day?
that want to play
Yes, I
along,
was.
1 for smash,
And,
2 for pass.
Were you dispatched
Mr.
to a
Skip Head Day
residence on
detective
Eastman
guy,
Avenue on
deputy
that day?
guy.
Yes, I was.
And what was the reason you
1
were
for smash,
dispatched
2
to
for
that
pass,
location?
ladies.
So deputies were requested to assist the Green Bay Police Department in locating a vehicle that was involved with what was dispatched as a suspicious situation. They requested that we look for a gold town and country van.
And do you recall approximately what time that call would have come in to your department?
I was dispatched at roughly 4:15 a.m.
And this is on February 23rd.
Correct.
All right, ladies, looks like
was
we're
there
about 50-50
information
on
provided
smash
that
or
this
pass.
van may be located at that Eastman address?
It was my understanding that the possible suspect had been driving the vehicle and staying at that residence.
And did you ultimately arrive at 2523 Eastman Avenue?
Yes.
And is that in the city of Green Bay?
Yes, it is.
And did you locate that reported gold van in the vicinity of that address?
Yes, it was located on the north side of the building.
I don't legal mindset sniping us so damn much. I'm going to start charging his ass some rent to be watching us.
What's he? What does he mean sniping?
he
Is
still
he
doing
like
it?
watching our?
He's watching
coverage?
us. He's watching us.
That's funny.
Oh, he
How
just
do you know this stuff?
he switched because I'm watching him. He
Oh, I didn't
switched
get a
away
chance to
before he
say
heard
hi to
that.
everybody on his chat. Hi, I was going to say
He
hi
already
to
switched
audience.
away.
Oh, too bad.
He went over to Nick's. He missed us by another few seconds.
Yes, this is a
Oh well.
picture of the gold Chrysler Town and Country minivan.
And the depiction in Exhibit 80, does that appear to be consistent with the scene around the Eastman Avenue address that you encountered?
Yes,
on
it
February,
does.
Sorry, on February 23rd?
Yes, it does.
Okay. And that general layout of where the vehicles were positioned and everything, that's consistent with how you first encountered the scene?
That is correct.
Okay. I'd move Exhibit 80.
Any objection?
No objection.
80 is received.
I'd ask permission to publish as well.
No
You know, this
objection.
guy's probably just ripped AF. He's like groundskeeper Willie from The Simpsons. He's gonna like whip off his shirt and just be this muscle bound guy.
Like Drex.
Okay, then Deputy, it's behind you, but also there's a screen in front of you if that's easier.
Did you see that? That was impressive.
So are we
Yeah,
looking at
I don't
Exhibit
know.
80 now presently on the screen?
Yes, we are.
Okay. So when you arrived at this Eastman address, where are you positioned?
I was positioned, the van's facing south. I was positioned
So is Chandler.
to the northeast of the van.
And when you arrived, you mentioned you were dispatched at 4:15. Do you recall when you would have gotten to this address?
Approximately 4:20, 4:25, probably 5 to 10 minutes to respond.
And from that time, did you maintain a sort of visual on the vehicle?
Yes, once the vehicle is located.
Did you observe whether the van was occupied or unoccupied at that point?
It appeared unoccupied.
Did you see during the time you were there any other person walk to or from that vehicle?
No, I did not.
And then how long were you on scene for?
I'm unsure exactly how long I was on scene, maybe 10, 15 minutes.
And when would you have left?
I was relieved by an officer from the Green Bay Police Department.
So you were assisting, I guess, Green Bay, and then once they got there, you sort of left it to them.
That's
fair to
correct.
say?
That is correct.
All right. Thank you, sir. I have nothing further, Your Honor.
Cross-examination, Mr. Freilich.
Deputy Haynes, what time were you relieved by the Green Bay police officer?
I would guess approximately 5 a.m. I do not know the exact time.
Okay. And you were called to go right to the Eastman Avenue apartment complex?
That is correct.
And it's a larger apartment complex where people live, correct?
Correct.
Is she sleeping again?
And when you got there on February 23rd of 2022, it was fairly dark outside, correct?
I think she's sleeping again.
Yes.
Kind of looks
And
like you
there's
on that one
snow
stream.
on the ground, right?
Correct.
And the
You know,
were
the
you
time you fell
told
asleep.
which vehicle to
time.
look for?
Yes, we
Yeah,
were
whichever
given the
time.
description as well as the license plate for the vehicle.
You're prettier than her.
Did you arrive there by yourself?
No, myself along with two other deputies and our patrol sergeant arrived on scene.
Okay. Did you get there first? Did you
I
get
was
there first?
I arrived first, I believe.
Okay.
We all arrived roughly at the same time.
All right. You took
Daddy
your own
Dave.
squad car?
No,
Correct.
that's all muscle. That's man
Um,
meat under that shirt.
When you got out, then what did you do? Did you walk?
I
Did
did
you
not
walk
get out
by?
of my patrol vehicle. I did not approach the vehicle.
Okay. You just parked behind it?
I parked to the northeast of the vehicle, not directly behind the van.
Okay. You didn't get out and walk around the perimeter of the van, is that fair?
That is correct. I did not do that.
And that picture that you saw, the back of that Town and Country minivan, it had all snow on the back window, right?
Correct.
And there was a car to the left and a car to the right of it, correct?
He's always
Yes.
asking these
And would you
questions
say
about
that
the
these
cars.
vehicles are kind of
I still
parked
can't figure out
fairly
why.
close to each other?
Yes.
Like, literally,
When
the only
you were
reason I'm
sitting
looking
in
forward
your
to the defense's case is to
squad
find
car,
out why he keeps
could you
harping on
see
these
inside of
cars.
the Town and Country minivan?
I could see the side windows. I could not tell if anyone was in the vehicle or
You don't
not.
understand
Were
it.
the
The jury
windows,
definitely
tinted?
doesn't understand it.
It was dark. I can't tell you if they were tinted any regularly or not.
Okay. Did you see any person, we'll strike that. Did you put any police tape out there?
I did not.
When the other Green Bay police officer arrived, then you just left?
Correct.
Did you see anybody walking around the van or in front of the van while you were there?
No.
No, Jason, you're just jealous.
And the entire time that you were there, you were sitting in your squad?
Correct.
And you didn't see anybody come in or out of that apartment complex?
No, I did not.
Okay, thank you.
Oh.
Nothing further.
Any redirect?
No, thank you.
All right, that's the end.
I love the prosecutor saying no redirect. It's such
Yeah.
a tempting thing. They always want to get
State
the
calls
last
Officer
word in,
Garth Russell.
and they're just saying no redirect. That's wonderful.
He was wearing a vest. You clearly saw it when he stood up and walked away. He's a 98-pound weakling. Tony Atlas is kicking sand in his eyes in the back of Boys Life magazine.
Deception by
If you
Kevlar.
know, you know.
What, is he on duty or does he
Eagle.
think he's going to get
Oh.
shot?
It's fringe. There's a fringe on the flag. It's a maritime
Sir, if you
court.
want to step up here, and then before you have a seat, if you can turn and face her, raise your right hand, she'll place you under oath.
Turn, turn,
And
wave,
the
wave,
media is
wave.
aware of the
Turn,
situation
turn,
with
wave,
video.
wave, wave.
Correct?
You solemnly swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in the matter not before the court, so help you
Crane
God.
time?
Have a seat and state your name for the record.
Wait, they cut out the audio for the person's name?
Who's testifying? The mom testified yesterday,
Can you
right?
tell us how you're employed?
Wait,
I'm a police officer with the city of Green Bay
Probably just a
And how long
glitch.
have you been employed as a police officer?
since October of 2016.
They're not showing them on
And
camera.
prior to that
yet.
time, do you have other law enforcement experience?
Yes, I was a military policeman in the United States Army
For about how long?
for approximately 2 years.
And then since 2016, you've been employed with the Green Bay Police Department?
Yes,
I want to ask you about February 23rd of 2022. Were you working as a police officer with the Green Bay Police Department on that day?
yes, I was.
And do you recall being dispatched to a residence on Eastman Avenue on that day?
Yes,
And to where were you dispatched on Eastman Avenue?
I believe the address was 2353 Eastman Avenue.
Is that a house? Is that an apartment building? Is that a duplex? Can you describe that?
It is an apartment building.
And why were you dispatched to that residence on Eastman?
I was dispatched to that residence. I was asked by Sergeant Bresser, who was the supervisor on shift, to first relieve the deputies on scene there because they were on scene, I guess, waiting on an individual to arrive. And I was also tasked with assisting in the locating of a gold Chrysler van and a person associated with that van and that address.
So prior to your arrival, you were informed that sheriff's deputies had already located the vehicle?
I believe.
I forgot to mention that L. Cole is our Vice Rax of the day. He is the current high super chatter.
To go to that area.
Yes.
All right. And when you got there, what do you observe?
When I got there, I subsequently walked into the parking lot with me and a few other officers, and we were told to look for this van, and then we were told to see if there was anything strange happening with the van or anything. So we walked the parking lot, saw the van, and then we went from there.
The van that you reported seeing, is that the same gold minivan that you were kind of looking for?
Yes.
All right. And you mentioned you were sort of walking around the van area. What happens next?
So while walking around the van, the marker lights on the van blinked twice, indicating that somebody was manipulating the keyless entry system into the van.
Yeah, no legal advice, no dissection advice on this channel.
Approximately 10 seconds later, someone came out of the apartment complex.
And the person that came out of the apartment complex, did you have contact with that person?
Yes, I did.
And did you ultimately identify that person?
Yes, I did.
Who did you identify her as?
I identified her as Taylor SCHABUSINESS.
The person who you had contact with on February 23rd, as they exited the apartment complex, do you see him or her in court today?
Yes, I do.
Could you please point out what they're wearing and where they're sitting for us?
She's sitting to my right. She's wearing a black, what appears to be a thin jacket and a blue,
nice
dark blue dress with a blue and white floral pattern.
I'd ask the record to reflect the witness identified the defendant.
It will so reflect.
No objection.
What happened when you observed Ms. SCHABUSINESS then?
When we observed Mr. Business, I made contact with her. I subsequently placed her in handcuffs and noticed what appeared to be dried blood on her sweatshirt, the front and the back.
And did you make any note of any potential evidence on her hands?
Yes, I also saw what appeared to be smeared blood on both her hands.
During this time, you were working as a patrol officer?
Yes,
is that
I
right?
was.
And were you utilizing any body-worn camera on that day?
Yes, I was.
And was it operational in your belief?
Yes, it was.
When a particular incident or an arrest is made, is there a way for you to sort of save that body camera footage to a system?
Yes.
Does that allow you the chance to then review that at a later date?
Yes.
And then do you enter that into your department system?
Yes.
And have you also had the chance to review portions of your body camera footage prior to testifying today?
Yes, I did.
Would you recognize it if you were to see it here in court?
Yes.
Judge, I'd ask then to play approximately 4 minutes from Exhibit 81.
The objection, Mr.
No.
Freilich?
No.
All right, go ahead. Thank you.
Yeah, any snoring you hear is the dogs, not me.
Dim the lights.
Little mood lighting for the video or the audio. I guess it's a video if they're turning down the lights. Well, they're doing that. Duncan, Idaho said new defense strategy. The victim actually died of COVID. He did. He was positive. Yes. And Hako says, is she not guilty if he's listed as a COVID death? And Sonia or Chris, by far the best medical expert I have heard, reminds me of one of my paramedic instructors. The guy was great. He might be the best expert I've heard in a long, long time.
Very informative.
Mountain oysters or turkey fries for the crock pot meal. No, I'm going to be doing something that Steve may have had once or twice in his life. I'm going to do my crock pot Taylor Business crock pot meal is going to be some chicken adobo.
Oh my
Because you
goodness.
can put thighs and.
It's all going to be made of legs and thighs. Of course.
So this is when they first apprehend SCHABUSINESS?
I guess, yeah. And the audio should kick on because usually there's like a 30-second delay with from the time they turn the body camera on until the audio starts. There we go.
Please nobody, please nobody.
Scanners was a great movie. Nice Scanners reference.
But the head didn't explode. It was just severed. Difference.
No, she's
Well,
trying to
there it
make their
is.
head explode.
Nothing. Hey.
Yeah, the Wisconsin snow is
this
extra
blood?
crispy.
Does this look like blood to you? Or am I just tripping? Bloody footprint? You see this right here?
Oh no.
Could possibly be blood. Hey, who did that? Hi, Taylor. How's it going? Officer Russell with the Green Bay Police Department. Just make sure you ain't got nothing on you here. With Taylor. Taylor, you have one more for your just put your hands behind your back, please.
Okay, they seem to have exaggerated the amount of blood on her clothing and hands in the police report.
No, on your hands. Okay, yeah, we're gonna have to. What apartment?
Well, it's dark, so
What
it's hard
apartment
to
are you in? Do you have it? Leave them up. On the double. Which apartment? One is what they came back to. Go.
Okay, so is that dark
That's
spot
her
on her
getting
right
it out.
shoulder? Is that the blood that she was soaked in?
I mean,
Watch this in the right ear. Watch this in the right ear. Blood. Go in here. Go in here. Come to the back of the apartments. That's where we are. You come over here.
It's Law and Lumber Rob.
Two more will be fine. If,
Hey, guys.
Yeah, contact with the mail.
Hands up! Walk out towards me!
Have a seat. Have a seat.
Get out of the route!
Who else is in the apartment? Be straight up. Tomes?
Hands up.
Who else? Just Tomes? Is he armed? Nobody's armed?
Nobody's armed.
You sure?
Yeah, she doesn't look drugged out of her mind there.
Green Bay Police! Everybody get here! Announce yourself now!
Go ahead. Negative, we got it up here.
I'm sad it was too loud for you to hear my funny joke.
No.
Okay, and for the record, 4 minutes of that exhibit, actually the entirety of that exhibit was played into the record. Officer.
And I think this is the first time I've seen Rob without a hat on in my entire life.
The video that was depicted?
Yes.
Is that consistent with the
Seriously,
body camera
wow.
worn footage that you were wearing on February 23rd?
Yes.
I move exhibit 81.
Any objection?
No.
Received. So I want to ask just a few questions then, Officer. There's an earlier part in the clip where you had noted some area of suspected blood. Is that right?
That's right.
And what do you recall observing?
It looked like a couple of drops of blood in front of the vehicle, along with a footprint that was within or that encompassed one of the drops.
And I guess was that pointed out to other officers who were on scene?
Yes.
You mentioned then the lights of the vehicle were activated and sort of flash. Is that right?
Yes.
And then about 10 seconds later, Mr. Business exited the apartment.
Yes.
At the end of the video, where were you walking Mr. Business to?
I was walking her to my patrol car.
And was she, I guess, put in the back of the squad car?
Yes, she was.
Was there any like further questioning or anything done at that point?
The only question I asked Mr. Business was if she knew why we were there.
Okay. And then did you ultimately just transport her then to the Green Bay Police Department?
Yes.
When you got to the Green Bay Police Department, what further steps did you take?
We placed her in interview room 3, I believe, where I had Officer Kenny assist me with taking photographs of what looked like smeared blood on her hands and on her clothing. I also had her remove the sweatshirt that had what appeared to be blood on it, as well as her socks and her shoes.
And then was another officer requested to assist with the further removal of some clothing?
I believe after I left the room, there was another officer that might have been asked to assist with removal of some additional clothing so that Mr. Business could get temporary clothing because we wanted all her clothes as evidence.
The clothing items that you took, did those stay within your custody and control?
Yes,
And did you subsequently enter them into evidence at the Green Bay Police Department?
I did.
I guess in totality on February 23rd, in your interactions with Mr. Business, did you ask sometimes some questions of her?
I didn't ask questions of her. I more like commands like, hey, please remove your jacket. Please remove your hat. Let me get your shoes. Sit here. Just commands, not really questions.
The commands that or requests that you were giving Mr. Business, was she in that time following those?
Yes, she was.
Was she in some instances responding appropriately
Yes, she was.
in the context of your questions and commands?
Yes, she was.
For instance,
How would you assess her
did you
mental
ask,
fitness?
if there was anyone else in the residence at that point?
I did ask her.
They were giving her the
Did you
shit
provide a response?
business.
She did.
And was there a person located in the apartment?
Yes, there was.
Thank you, officer. I have nothing further.
Cross-examination, Mr. Freilich.
Thank you.
What do you do with this one?
Officer Russell.
Let it go.
Good morning.
Yes.
Good morning.
So you were asked to go directly to 2353 Eastman Avenue on February 23rd of 2022, correct?
Yes.
Who asked you to go over there?
I was dispatcher and Sergeant Bresser also
Who
instructed.
asked you to go over there? I don't think they
Sergeant
asked
Brester?
police officers to go over anywhere.
Okay, did you go by yourself?
Several other officers were sent to the location.
And what was the purpose of you going over there?
The purpose of me going over there was to relieve deputies that were on scene, along with assist with the overall incident.
Were you going over there to look at a vehicle or talk to people or what? Do you know?
I was tasked, me and other officers were tasked with locating a person who was last seen with the victim, as well as looking at the vehicle as I described earlier.
Okay. So you were asked to go and see if you could make contact with Taylor Shabusiness?
Correct.
Have you been involved in death scene or homicide scene investigations prior to this particular situation?
Yes.
How many?
Death scenes, I can't recall a few, and at least one other homicide scene that I can recall.
Okay. And so on this particular date, you drove over there and you parked your SUV, correct?
That's correct.
Has
And
the
then you
camera
walked up,
operation
correct?
been this terrible the whole time?
It was
Yeah,
dark and
it's
there
a
was
high
lot of
school
snow on the
AV
ground.
kids running the
It
cameras.
was dark. There was snow on the ground. The apartment buildings provided light.
This is the best it's ever been.
Was it kind of a glared look outside that apartment complex?
But the audio's not that bad
Necessarily
compared to
say a
other
cleared look.
trials.
It was dark, snow on the ground. The lighting from the apartment complex was adequate enough to illuminate the parking lot.
Okay. And is it fair that there are several vehicles all parked in front of the building at 2353 Eastman Avenue?
That is correct.
And
Legal
Did you
Mindset
have
is
a
sniping
license
my
plate as
stream
you
so
walked
damn
up?
much, I'm gonna start charging his
Yes.
ass rent to watch this handsomeness right
And
here.
on
Hello,
that
Andrew's
video,
audience.
was that you that was
Nice to see
shining
you.
the light, the flashlight?
Hope you're enjoying this.
You found this gold minivan, correct?
I'm sorry?
You found the gold minivan?
I believe before as we were walking up, the minivan might have been found already.
Okay. You walked around the minivan, correct?
Yes.
The vehicles that were on either side of the minivan were parked fairly close, so there wasn't a lot of room. Is that fair?
There was adequate room for people to get between the vehicles, the minivan and the vehicles parked on either side.
You walked on the driver's side of the minivan, correct?
I did.
Then you walked around the front of it?
I did.
At some point then, you heard a keyless entry system or some kind of beep?
I didn't hear any beeps. What I saw was a flashing of the parking lights on the vehicle, indicating that somebody might have manipulated a keyless entry system to the vehicle.
Okay. And how many officers were there at the time that you were there?
It was myself.
Well, the police
Officer
report
Fisher,
said that someone initiated a
Officer,
keyless entry and
Whitman,
the flashed and
Lieutenant
it had the
Buckley
audible noise so they could get in the
was on
vehicle.
the
They
scene
already
somewhere.
said that.
And then you, correct?
Yes.
So 4.
I believe other officers arrived while we were on scene as well.
And at some point, you made contact with Taylor SCHABUSINESS on the step outside the door, correct?
I did.
She was under the overhang, is that correct?
She came out of the common entrance for the apartment complex.
Is there a question that matters anywhere in here?
And you asked what her name was, correct?
I introduced myself to her and told her, so I introduced myself to her, if memory serves me correctly. I already knew who she was based on a records check while driving to the scene, looking at her mugshots via police records, which are accurate and reliable as they're kept in the ordinary course of business. I knew what she looked like.
Okay. And are you the one that handcuffed her?
I was.
And when you had contact with her, did you find her to be under the influence of drugs?
No,
Did you ask her if she was using drugs that night?
I did not.
You didn't ask anything about drugs at all, correct?
I did not.
Did she seem off as far as maybe being tired or just acting odd?
She did not.
What about her eyes? Did her eyes seem to be closed or like slits?
She seemed normal to me.
So then she was cooperative with you, correct?
She was.
When you handcuffed her, did you notice that she had some cuts on her thumbs or on her fingers?
I did not at that time. I did, however, notice a cut on her finger while we were taking pictures of her at a later time at the police department.
Okay, after you got to the Green Bay Police Department, correct?
Yes.
You were working with Officer Kenny then at that time and you were having him take pictures with his phone, correct?
He used my department issued phone to take the pictures.
Ultimately, you found out that she went to St. Vincent's Hospital to get some medical care for the lacerations on her fingers, or on her thumbs, correct?
I did not know that she went to St. Vincent's to get any medical care.
Find any knives on her?
I remember retrieving some items from her person. I don't remember if there was a knife there or not.
Any
when I
guns?
searched her incident to arrest, I don't remember if she had a knife on her or not.
Any guns on her?
I'm sorry?
Any guns?
No.
Okay. At some point then, after she was handcuffed, you had some safety concerns, correct?
Yes.
And other officers did as well?
Yes, other officers had safety concerns inside the apartment.
Okay. And so they unholstered their service revolvers, correct?
Chairforce Gaming, Steve Gosney's been smiling for 5
And then they
minutes because
directed
of
their
reasons.
Attention to the
There's reasons.
hallway of apartment 1, correct?
They directed their attention to an apartment that was on the lower level inside that common entrance area.
And that was Taylor Schabusiness's apartment 1?
I am not sure who the apartment is leased to. I just know that she was associated to that apartment per dispatch.
And the other officers were directing their attention to Scott Holmes from apartment 1, correct?
I'm sorry?
The other officers were directing their attention to a person by the name of Scott Holmes in apartment 1. Is that fair?
Yes, they were directing their attention to a male inside the apartment.
And he was ordered to the ground at gunpoint, correct?
I remember them ordering him to come out. I don't remember whether he was on the ground at gunpoint or not. My attention was on Miss Schabusiness at the time.
And you had Miss Schabusiness come in and basically stand on the steps and ultimately sit down on the steps, correct? You gave her those commands?
I did.
And there was a wall blocking the stairs and the hallway. Is that fair?
So the stairway was to the right of the hallway, and there was a short wall. I had her sit on the steps, and you can partially see outside in the hallway where I was at, but I couldn't see what was going on by the apartment.
And then at some point then after Mr. Holmes was secured, then you walked Miss Schabusiness to your cruiser, your SUV, correct?
Yes,
And you had her take a seat in the back seat, correct?
I did.
And then you asked her, "Why? Do you know why we're here?" Correct?
Yes.
And she
Roll the
took
window
it
down
too
or something,
far.
correct?
She took the dom too far.
And did she say a warrant? Yeah, a warrant, or worse to that effect?
Yes.
Okay. And then you rolled the window up, and then you transported her over to the Green Bay Police Department. Is that fair?
I did transport her to the Green Bay Police Department.
That gold minivan that you looked at, that belonged to Scott Holmes, correct?
I don't know who the minivan belonged to.
Okay, nothing further. Thank you.
Any redirect? Mr. Saunders? Okay, thank you, sir. You can step down. State's next witness.
Lieutenant Buckman.
All right, that was kind of,
Pointless.
whoa. Mike Morrison, great job sticking it out so far. Keep it up, my guys. You were all working their asses off up in the labs, watching on the TV. Hey, people on the TV. HR has already visited me and told them if they have a problem, don't watch. Law Racks Life, I'll check you out this afternoon. Cheers to you. We're breaking out the Blantons for you today, Mike Morrison. Thank you so much for that mega super chat. You're now the Vice Racks for the day. Cheers.
All right, if you could just step up right over here, sir, and before you have a seat, if you can turn and face.
Thank
her
you,
and
Mike
raise your
Morrison.
right
You
hand
and all your
face
team
her.
watching on the TVs.
You solemnly swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in the matter now before the court, so help you God.
Yes, I do.
Please have a seat and state your name for the record.
Name is Lieutenant Tom Buckman, Buchmann.
Okay, and Mr. Lezay, the witness is yours.
Lieutenant Buckman, can you state how you are employed?
I'm a lieutenant for the Green Bay Police Department.
And how long have you been with the Green Bay Police Department?
I've been with the Green Bay Police Department since 2009, but I've been in law enforcement with two other agencies since 1996.
And you indicated your current position is lieutenant. How long have you been a lieutenant?
Since 2013.
And prior to your practical law enforcement experience, do you have any education and training to be a law enforcement officer?
Yes. I graduated from Loyola University in Chicago with a bachelor's degree in criminal justice, and then I attended the Illinois State Police Academy, and then the equivalency test over in Wisconsin to transfer my previous certification over to Wisconsin, and then ongoing training throughout the years.
Were you working as a lieutenant for the Green Bay Police Department on February 23rd of 2022?
Yes.
And were you called in to assist with an ongoing homicide investigation in the early morning hours of that date?
Yes.
What was your role upon initial call-in or response?
I was called in to assist on the road because the officers and supervisors were
facial
tied up
hair is
with
the thing, man.
When I arrived, I spoke with Lieutenant
I'm jealous
Sobiak,
of
who was
Rob's
sitting on
two-tone
the
hair, though.
shift commander's desk.
You
He
mean the
informed
gray
me
and the brown?
that
Yeah, see, I used to be that way. I used to be like kind of gray on top, color in the beard. Now I'm
Really
just
trying
gray
to
everywhere.
Have him set the table for what he was being asked to do. I don't need a specific answer to that question, though.
All right, questions withdrawn. Go ahead.
After speaking with Lieutenant Sobiak, what did you do?
I went out to the 2300 block of Eastman Avenue. I was informed that there was a gold minivan at that location that was associated with the defendant in the case.
Were you aware who the registered owner of that particular minivan was?
Yes.
Who was that?
Last name was Thones.
It seems Yoda has raided the garbage. I'll be right back.
You indicated you were informed that that van was associated with the defendant. Who are we talking about?
It would be Taylor SCHABUSINESS.
And did you then travel out to the 2353 Eastman Avenue address?
Yes.
What did you do upon arrival there?
Well, there were Brown County deputies that had discovered the van, and they had kept the van under surveillance until they were receiving further instructions on what to do with the van. So myself and other Green Bay officers arrived on the scene and took over surveillance of the van and the apartment building until we received further instructions.
What did your surveillance entail?
Well, we just watched the area where the van was parked at the apartment complex. After a short time, I spoke with a lieutenant that was working the case and asked him what he wanted us to do with the van. And they informed us that they didn't know at that point in the investigation whether SCHABUSINESS was potentially another victim or a suspect, or had the association, what association she had with the victim, or what her role was in the incident. So they told us to approach the van and to try to make contact at the apartment with Taylor SCHABUSINESS and see what we could ascertain from that investigation.
And what steps did you take to do that?
So myself and a couple of officers walked up towards the van. As we approached the van, we looked inside the windows just to see if there was anything, any people inside of it, or any, we knew at that point they hadn't found the body of the victim yet. So we were seeing if there was a body in the van or anything that would stick out as being obvious associated with the crime. As we were stepping next to the van, we were also looking on the ground for footprints leading from the van. I happened to be on the passenger side. I did not see any footprints in the snow at that point from right outside the van. Then while we were standing next to the van doors unlocked. We heard them unlock. And then the parking lights flashed, which is an indicator that somebody is using a key fob to unlock the van.
At that point, what did you do?
So the officers looked at each other, kind of thought, will somebody just unlock this van? A couple of seconds later, Taylor SCHABUSINESS walked out the front door. It's the apartment complex it's got a main door that's shared with the apartments inside. She walked out of the main door of the apartment complex. I recognized her immediately because I already looked up her picture. So I recognized her and I immediately started approaching her along with other officers. I told her to keep her hands out of her pockets, and another officer put handcuffs on her and placed her under arrest. She had a warrant at that time. Excuse me. She had a warrant at that time, and we knew about the warrant. So they placed her under arrest for the warrant.
Thank you. Did you make any specific observations of Ms. SCHABUSINESS's person when you approached her?
I did not
Steve, you have to
specifically, but
take
I
off,
heard
Steve.
officers talking that she had blood on her.
Objection, hearsay.
Yeah, I got to go, Jeff, and I'm gonna go pop over say hi to Mindset, but just to say hi because I got to go back to work.
Actually,
I'm at
the
lunch
objection,
and my
the
lunch
answer
break's
is
over. But
strictly
thanks
the
for the
extent
invite.
that you
Yeah.
let it out.
Tell him howdy. Thank you so much for gracing us with your
Were you able
your
to,
silent presence.
to
Next
observe
time,
Mr.
say something.
Business's face when you approached her?
Take care. Stephen N.
yes.
Gosney,
And how did her
StephenGosney.com,
face appear?
SteveGosney.com. Go visit him. Check out his
She
book.
appeared
Buy
to be
everything.
in shock or very surprised to see
And
us.
Law and Lumber. Lumber and Law on YouTube,
I
on
equate it
Twitter.
to
And Law and Lumber
deer in the
here.
headlights kind of look, or a child caught with their hand in the cookie jar.
And you indicated that officers then placed her under arrest. Is that correct?
Yes.
Were you present when that happened?
Yes.
And were officers giving commands to Mr. Business?
Yes.
And was she responding to those commands?
Yeah, she was complying with their commands.
Did she appear to understand what officers were saying?
Slow pan of the
Did she
gallery.
appear to have any
What
difficulty
the
or trouble communicating with officers or
I'm
following
telling you,
commands?
it's a high school AV club. It's just
After,
learning how to use cameras.
Mr. Business was placed under arrest. What did you do?
I then asked what apartment she came from the officers. They informed me that it was apartment 1.
Zoom in on lawyer.
Yeah,
I immediately went inside the apartment building. We knew that we had to secure the apartment that she was in. Ms. Shabusiness had blood on her hands when she was arrested, so we knew at that point that there was she was obviously involved in the incident, in the homicide. So we had to secure that apartment for maybe other victims or other suspects or evidence that would be inside that apartment. So we secured the apartment. I approached the apartment door and pulled out my handgun and held the door. The door was ajar at apartment 1.
The door is not ajar.
And
the
I
door is
had
a
other
door.
officers come in. We were going to make entry into the apartment to secure it for any other suspects that might be inside for officer safety.
Did you make contact with any individuals when you arrived at apartment number 1?
Yes, the registered owner of the vehicle, Mr. Thomes, he opened up the door to apartment 1 before we went inside or did anything. He walked out into the lobby area of the apartment building, the main corridor. I gave him instructions to lay down on the ground, put his hands out at his side. He followed those instructions. He was handcuffed by another officer for officer safety, and he was removed from the hallway so that we could enter the apartment.
Did you do a initial sweep of the apartment for officer safety?
Yes, we did.
And again, the purpose of that was merely to sort of secure it then and maintain it for future evidence collection?
Yes, it was to check for suspects that might be hiding in the apartment, also to look for victims, and then to just secure the apartment. So we were only looking for people at that point.
On that initial sweep, did you notice anything in plain view?
No, I did not.
Did you notice anything else as you were leaving the apartment?
When I was leaving the apartment, I did notice on the floor in the main area where approximately where Mr. Thomes was laying down at when
And again,
I commanded him
Thomes
to lay
is
down on the
Taylor
ground, I could see
Business's boyfriend, who's
like
twice
a
his age.
tissue that had
well, not
looked
boyfriend,
like
roommate.
to be
We'll just say
blood on
roommate.
it, and a cigarette. And
Pimp?
I pointed those out
Pusher?
to Sergeant
Whatever you wanna
Schilling.
call
Stayed
it.
on scene. I pointed those items out to
Allegedly.
Sergeant Schilling so
Allegedly.
that he could let the detectives know that those items were there and whether they wanted to collect them as evidence or not.
And after leaving the apartment, what did you do?
So then I walked out of the apartment and I was informed that there was footprints and possibly a few drops of blood in the snow outside leading up to the apartment building. I then had Officer Whitman, who was on the scene, secure that area with crime scene tape so that it would be preserved for when detectives would come later.
This judge likes the
No
wild
further
ties.
Cross-examination.
Yeah,
Mr.
he's into the ties.
Lieutenant Buckland,
They're either
morning.
Rush Limbaugh ties or Ukraine ties. We can't tell which.
Couple questions for you, sir. So on February 23rd of 2022, you were asked to go to the 2300 block of Eastman Avenue.
I'm
Yes.
curious to hear your
Did you
opinion
get a
on these
call from, like,
on
at
the
home or
defense's
what?
cross-examination questions. I think they're
Well, they
always
called
really
me at
good.
home
It's
to report into
painful.
work.
I can't.
I reported into work and then was instructed by the lieutenant that was at the desk, at the shift commander's desk, to go out to 2300 block of Eastman.
What time did you report into work? Do you know?
I think it was like 4:42 in the morning.
Was that kind of like your normal shift, or is that?
No, I would have started at 6 a.m. They called me in early because of the
did.
incident.
Okay. What time did you get to the 2300 block of Eastman Avenue? Approximately.
Maybe 10 minutes later.
And you took your own squad car?
Yeah, I took a squad car that was available.
When you got to the apartment complex, did you park near Officer Garth Russell's squad?
I parked at the east end of the complex. I don't remember if I was next to Officer, I might have been next to Officer Russell and Officer Cups. I don't remember exactly who was
Two
all next
officers,
to me.
one officer cup.
And I think it might have changed at different times depending on where we were stationed on the parking lot.
You had to walk up, correct?
Yeah, we parked our vehicles further away and we walked up on foot.
Jessica Reloaded sending Snapchats to Rob.
When you approach in the car, you
yeah, Jessica Reloaded got
it's easier
nailed.
to see a
She
car
got
approaching
banned
than
from
it is
Twitter
a person on foot, and so you
for saying
want to
that
have that kind of
the people should get
surprise or
run over if they're
stealth
blocking the
to be able
highway
to
and you're
walk
trying to
up
get
on
your daughter to
something.
the hospital.
You don't know what you're approaching.
There was a sick
We just
baby.
had a homicide, so we're obviously concerned about people that might be involved in that homicide in the area.
Anyway, it's
We
ridiculous.
want to approach on foot. You can hear things better if you approach on foot. You can hear, you don't have the car engine noise and the radio from the inside the squad car and whatnot making additional noise that you won't be able to hear what's going on around you.
And parking back like that, is it true that then you can kind of see the big picture as you walk up to a scene?
Sure.
Okay. You had learned that there was an apparent homicide, correct?
Yes.
And was it true that you were told to try to make contact with Taylor D. SCHABUSINESS?
Yes.
Who told you that?
Lieutenant Bagoon.
Okay. And
Cop
so
named
you
Bagoon?
looked up a picture of her to
That's a
see
surprise.
what she looked like, correct?
The Bagoon Squad.
Yes, I knew that. I knew her face already because when I was going out to the area, they informed me that Taylor SCHABUSINESS had some sort of relationship with the victim, and so we were going out there because this minivan was associated with Taylor SCHABUSINESS. I didn't know all the details of the homicide because I never went to the scene there. I was just told that this van had an association with Taylor SCHABUSINESS. So when I'm going out there to determine what's going on with Taylor SCHABUSINESS, I wanted to know what she looked like before I got there.
Okay, thank you. Fair to say you'd never met her before, correct?
I don't believe I've ever met her before.
And when you drove to the Eastman Avenue apartment complex, you walked up. Did you see the gold Chrysler minivan parked?
Yes.
Where did you see it parked? In relation to like the front door.
falling off.
So
Well, that's what my father always said to me. You'd lose your damn head
if you go straight out the front door, if you're coming out the door of the apartment building, a few spaces to the right. So not far from the front of the apartment building.
Okay. And is it fair to say that there was a long line of vehicles that were parked in front of the complex? Is that fair?
There are several. Yeah, there's several vehicles parked there.
And were there vehicles parked on either side of the minivan?
I know there was a vehicle parked on the right. I don't remember if there was one parked on the left or not.
What is the point to
I think
any
there
of
was,
these
but,
questions?
I don't know.
Parked on the if you're driving
he's been
into the
asking
spot
about
with
the vehicles
passenger
for
side,
literally every single
because it was
witness.
pulled forward.
Don't
like you
understand where he's
normally would
going.
pull into a spot.
I think he's going to
And
try
then
to
on the
drop some
passenger side was
bombshell on the
the
defense
side
case.
that I
and we're going to
approached.
go, huh?
And that I remember there being another vehicle there.
Okay. When you approached on the passenger side, did you have a flashlight where you looked in the vehicle?
Yeah, Briefly.
Did you see anything that was unusual or concerning?
No, I didn't see anything that would spark my attention.
Okay. And when you were approaching the Eastman Avenue apartment complex, was it true that you didn't know, that it was unknown whether Ms. Schabuzis was a suspect or victim? Is that fair?
Did they challenge the arrest or the search or any of
But
the other things?
you and other
prior to
investigating
trial?
officers were told to be
Yeah,
on
they
the
challenged
lookout
the
for this
search
van,
warrant.
correct?
And it was just basically she wasn't named in the search
And
warrant, only
you
named the
found it, you
roommate,
found it
so
parked,
she expected
correct?
I
privacy in
didn't
her
find it
bedroom, and the judge said, "Don't."
Brown County deputies found a park.
Then you were told that this is the van that's
it.
concern.
But you don't.
I was
litigate
told that this was a
in front of
van
the jury. Those
associated
are
with Ms.
pre-trial.
Schabuzis.
Did you later come to find out that the van was owned by Scott Tomes?
Yes, I knew that when we approached it.
Officer Russell was dealing with Ms. Schabuzis, correct?
Correct.
And your task was to focus on whoever else was inside of apartment 1, correct?
That's correct.
And you drew your duty weapon, correct?
Yes.
And then you walked down the hall?
Thank you, Steve.
Yeah, it's a very short hall.
Yeah.
To the front of the apartment.
And you ordered Mr. Tomes, Scott Tomes, to get on the ground?
Yes.
And he complied?
Yes.
Did he get a little feisty with you where he was throwing chairs and wondering or yelling, why are you doing this to me?
Yeah, he didn't really understand what was going on, but he did comply with my orders.
A lot of chair throwing.
And at least at
bypass
this
the
point,
chair throwing part?
your investigation was not far enough into it where you could understand what role any of these parties had, correct?
That's correct.
As it relates to the homicide, correct?
You know the
That's
opposite
correct.
rolls.
And Officer Russell was there, Officer Fisher was there, you were there, is that true?
Yes.
Officer Cups, and Officer Whitman was also there, right?
That's correct.
Officer Fisher was the one that handcuffed Scott Tomes, correct?
I believe so, yes.
And you did a safety sweep of the apartment, correct?
This
Correct.
judge is like,
Apartment
why am
1,
I still
right?
here
Yes.
And
Yeah.
fair to say that you did
He's
not
good
see
and he's
anything
tight,
in plain
he's not
view
gonna
that
let it
would
go
be
on too
associated
long.
with a homicide?
That is correct.
You didn't see any large pools of blood, bloody knives, or body parts in the apartment, correct?
I did not see any of those things inside the apartment in plain
So
view.
they didn't exist.
And then as you were leaving the apartment, when Mr. Tomes was on the floor outside the apartment, there was a small towel-like item, correct?
Yeah, he was no longer on the floor. It's the approximate spot where he was on the floor.
Okay. But it was by him?
It was by where he was.
Okay. Ms. Schabuzis got taken away before Mr. Tomes was exited out of the apartment complex. Is that fair?
I don't know if she was taken away. When I separated from, okay, so Officer Russell put her in custody, put her in handcuffs, and then I entered the apartment building. I did not see Ms. Schabuzis after that. So I don't know at what point they left. I don't know if she was in the back of a squad car, if she had left the scene, or
And then after this, you brought Mr. Tomes to a squad car, correct?
I did not.
A different officer did?
Yeah, an officer did.
Okay. Was it Officer Fisher?
I don't know.
Then
I was inside the apartment, clearing the apartment. So
Okay.
what happened outside the
He's
apartment?
clearing
I'm
the
not sure.
refrigerator.
Okay, fair enough. After that, then did you go check around the apartment complex?
Yes, I did.
You checked the dumpsters?
Yep.
And you checked the parking lot for any indication of evidence?
Yes.
Did you find anything?
I did not.
Nothing further. Thank you.
That was all weird.
What did we gain? What happened? Why were any of those questions asked?
So you've gone back and forth a little, Jeff. You did say that you thought
Counsel,
that
I
he was
think we're
doing a pretty
gonna
good
break
job
for lunch.
before.
It's 11:45.
Who?
You did.
Ladies and gentlemen,
You
we're
said
going to
that
take
you
our
thought
lunch
defense
break
was
right
doing a
now,
good job.
and I'd ask that you be back in the jury room at 1 o'clock. So about an hour and 15 minutes for lunch.
All right.
We'll get underway promptly at 1 o'clock.
So we'll talk for about 15 more minutes here, then I'll shut it down and take an hour nap. I'm literally going to take a nap this time because I was so freaking dead today. All right, let's get rid of this. We don't need them anymore. They're useless. Cut cage has got to go first. Then get rid of this. And It's just a conversation with us. So yeah, what just happened there? Okay, what I was talking about when I say the defense lawyer is doing good in the respect that he's got nothing to go with. And he's doing the best he can with, well, he's doing what he can with what he has, but he's doing too much of what he can do, which is almost nothing. Like I was saying yesterday, it'd be even better if he would just get in, ask 5 stupid questions, tick the box, says, yeah, I was competent, I asked questions, I cross-examined, therefore it's not ineffective assistance of counsel. Let's move on.
Okay, so Chad is correcting me in saying that it was Steve that said that and not you. But
I was saying it too.
As I recall, you did agree with Steve. So like Steve brought it up.
Yeah.
Essentially, like he's doing the best he can with what he has. He has to put on some kind of defense, obviously. Yes, I know. I see. Steve said.
Well, no, he was doing what he could with what he had, but he was doing it too much. What do you think, Rob?
It's it gives you. Do you get the feeling like he hasn't read the officer's statements before? Like he's just kind of exploring and meandering, like he doesn't really know what the cop's going to say. There are areas that you can cover.
I get the feeling he doesn't know what the answers are.
That's the thing. He just keeps wandering, like he's not sure what he's going to get as far as the answer, which is why he keeps covering the same stuff over and over and over again. It's painful. Look, I get the CYA for ineffective assistance of counsel.
Yeah.
I understand that part. You don't need to do this, which is 15 minutes of putting the jury to sleep, asking the same questions like you don't know the answer he's going to give. What was the relevance to any of those questions?
There was one point where he asked a question that the state had already asked, like almost word for word.
He's been doing that the whole time. Like, yeah.
I mean, it was like he's been restating it, but there was one that was like word for word, and it was just a little bit on the nose. And the problem is that not only is he asking the same questions that the state is asking, he's asking questions that make his client look really terrible, and he's emphasizing
he gets the same answer, just in a stronger tone.
Because what I get is that like he's relying
he cut
on
off his head.
He's relying on this sort of thing. Just like his whole defense for her is basically like, this crime scene was so crazy and there was so much messed up stuff going on that she must have been on drugs or insane or whatever. Like she must have been and I'm just, it's a very lazy defense, very, very lazy and very half-assed and unimaginative.
I thought about this yesterday, like, because I was trying to catch up on some of the testimony, because honestly didn't know half of the things about this trial. But one of the things that's frustrating me is that the judge has basically said, we're going to be done with this trial in 4 days.
Yes.
Anyone have, based on this judge and how he's been ruling so far, any doubts that the judge is sticking to his word? We're going to be done with this trial in 4 days. If you're the defense attorney here and the strongest part of your case is in the not guilty by reason of insanity, right?
Right.
That's where you need to put all of your focus and effort. Why waste 20 minutes of time cross-examining a witness that adds nothing to that defense? Spend 5 minutes on the area that you need. Save that 15 for the back end of the trial when you're going for the NGI.
Yeah, the problem is that by emphasizing, oh, sorry, Jeff, go ahead.
So we know that he's sticking to his guns. I mean, he limited opening statements to 30 minutes to each side. It's like, that's just it. And neither one of them took 30 minutes. So they know that he's a man of his word. He said he was starting at 8:15 this morning, started at 8:15. Says it's a 10-minute break. It's a 10-minute break. He is not screwing around. Yeah.
So he's wasting. So the defense attorney's just wasting time. Just pass on the witness.
Yeah, not only is he wasting time, he's also giving these witnesses a chance to restate things that are good for the prosecution and emphasizing them and giving the witnesses an opportunity to really drive home the point that so he's just making the state's case better and better with his long cross examinations. That's what I mean, and it's kind of absurd to watch. He should quit while he's ahead. He should shut up and just let them, put on their case and just ask minimal questions or don't really cross-examine that much at all. He doesn't have much substance.
Or focus on the motions argument. I know there was an argument over showing the pictures, right?
Yeah.
Place focus on that. Focus on the motions argument. Spend the time doing that. That's what's going to get your client bang for their buck. Like,
right. I mean, that's the point. They just have to go through the motions here with this. I expected them to be done with this part today. Maybe it'll go into tomorrow morning. I don't know, but they've only got a couple more days to deal with the was she nuts job. And although the state has the burden of proving that she was sane, all they got to do is go, okay, she's been tested 4 times. 4 out of 5 times. 4 out of 5 times they found that she was competent. Here's another guy to say that she was competent. She's faking it. The
Well,
end.
and
Then
if
it's
you
up
look
to
at her
them.
during the trial, she's actively engaged. Like she's
Yeah.
actively engaged. She's looking directly at the witness, processing what's being said, looking over to her counsel, flipping through the pages. The jury's sitting here watching her do that. It's not like
Yeah,
she's
and
off
of
in
course,
space.
No, she's cognizant
and
of
of
her
course,
surroundings, definitely.
the standard though is whether she was legally insane at the time she committed the murder, at the moment of the murder. But all they're going to do is goes, okay, well, she confessed to everything. She talked to everything. You saw the video where she was talking to the officers when they arrested her. Everything was cool. She tried to hide the body, so she must have known it was wrong. Otherwise, why did she try to hide the body in lots of places? And then from then on, it's up to the defense to prove that she's not competent. So they're wasting time. I completely agree with Rob. We've got a few super chats here to get through. Let's get through some super chats, and then we'll. Rob, are you going to be around for the afternoon?
I could pop in for a bit in the afternoon. Hopefully,
Sweet.
the witness's aren't as painful.
Yeah, I'm going to take an hour 40, 45 minutes or an hour little quick power nap here, and then we'll come back for the afternoon session.
Yeah, you
'Cause
missed the
it's,
medical
2
examiner.
a.m. here now.
The medical examiner was excellent.
Yeah, he was very good. Slinky says mountain oysters or turkey fries for the crock pot meal. Yeah, we're going to do a crock pot meal. We're going to do thighs and legs chicken adobo. That's what we're doing. Hannibal Lecter vibes, anyone? He was this thorough. Yeah. Wow. Taylor was trying to go full Ed Gain, making the skin suit. Yeah, she peeled off. Did you see the medical examiner's
Only
diagrams?
part of it. That guy was dry,
Jesus.
but
She
he was
flayed him.
thorough.
Yeah, she flayed him.
Flayed.
She just basically peeled his back. And I mean, ugh. Yeah,
Watched
she
too
eviscerated him.
much Game of Thrones.
Right. Joseph DiMartino. Hard to hear you guys over the witness. We don't care about them. Yeah. See, and that's the thing. What we hear on with StreamYard and whatnot is not what you guys hear. So it's a toss up. Plus, there's so much that goes into it. We're not all law and lumber types that can afford to hire vast numbers of audio engineers to regulate your chat for you, so you sound like a gem all the time.
That's just me being bored and ADHD and going down rabbit holes.
Yeah, we can't all do that. It's just little old me here. When I get rich and famous, well, I'll hire a guy or two. But yeah, pretty much worth the win, because what happens is we all have our mic set to where we think they need to be. We put it into StreamYard. StreamYard tells us we don't know what we're talking about. StreamYard looks what video we're showing and processes it. Then they listen to our audio and they process it. Then they broadcast that out, and then your own computers process it. So we're 3 or 4 steps removed from what we think we're doing. So, it is what it is. We all get used to it eventually. Wild, we'll do Teabaggins. I get that wrong every time. We'll do Teabaggins. Now you see my comment on Anna's cosplay. I don't remember exactly what your comment. I commented on one comment on Anna's cosplay today. Can't remember what it was though.
I must have missed that.
Stephen Walk. Perfect time for a Bloody Mary.
Cocktail of the day suggestions.
You see, I don't like canned tomato juice, or like V8 is just the absolute worst to me. I cannot do fresh tomato juice. Yeah, but that's kind of it though. It's all canned tomato juice or V8.
Well, if you have a juicer, you could you could go.
And whoever invented Clamato just needs to be murdered.
Oh yeah, those are fighting words for Ian. I know Ian loves Clamato.
Well, he's Canadian, so he has to like.
He likes a lot of stuff that makes no fucking sense.
Who would clam juice, canned tomato juice? Let's mix them up and call it Clamato. Ugh.
Mexicans?
I mean, not really murdered. I mean, in
I don't know.
Minecraft. Trent Thorough, when the blood you're bathing in is filled with meth, the restorative properties are negated.
Yeah.
Oh no. Yeah, we were talking about that yesterday. She's 25 real age, 45 meth age.
Looks rough.
Nicholas Starov, my meat pie tastes funny.
Oh.
Little Barber of Seville action there going on.
Yeah, you need to stop going to Fleet Street. Those meat pies are no good.
Yeah. Nicholas Starov's trial watch. I could ask my coworker why, but he has been MIA for days. sure what that was related to. It was probably funny back in the day.
It sounds like somebody's going to be filing an HR complaint at some point.
Yeah, because we're like an hour behind on Super Chats, which I apologize if anybody missed these things. How does this help? How does this cross help SCHABUSINESS? Well, that question applies to every cross examination we've heard so far.
He has a difficult
I am
job, this
so-
defense attorney. I mean, he's
He
not
does.
working with a lot. I don't envy him, although I just can't figure out like what would I do differently if I were in his shoes.
I am so curious to find out where this car question he asks of everybody is going.
Yeah.
It's always about the cars. I'm trying to figure out where he's going with it.
Well, hopefully we'll find out in the next day or two. Erica Cassell, Dreaming Egypt. Wait. She changed her shirt during the intermission. Yeah, she did. That was weird. But why? What did she do to herself that warranted her wardrobe change? Go away. That's wrong. Go to the penalty box. You're in the penalty box. Mary Rigsby, she dismembered him with kitchen knives. Yes, 6 of them. I don't have the motivation to cut the crust off my sandwich.
Yeah, I mean, there were some points where she gave up, and there were some bones that were not fully separate. She was just like, I guess the knife got really dull. I would imagine she had a lot of a lot of knives she's working with, but just very dangerous.
Not to say this like in a creepy fashion, but have you ever deboned a chicken?
I have not.
Yep.
Yeah, like it's not the easiest process if you're doing it for the first time. The cuts, you have to start the cut the right place, you have to finish the cut the right place.
So you have some sympathy.
Try
for
gutting a
business.
fish.
You can
it's
you
not
can
the
identify
sympathy.
with her
It's just
situation.
I can imagine that job gets really messy if you don't know what you're doing.
I mean, dismembering
had
somebody
lots of
takes a
time.
lot of effort. It takes a lot of physical effort, and you have to have, in my opinion, it takes a lot of intent. You have to plan. You have to, you have to think the whole thing through. You have to select the right tools. I mean, that just doesn't scream insanity to me. I'm sorry.
Yeah. John Gordon, you should apply copyright strike. You should copyright strike mindset for the laws. Yeah, now that would be going too far. We're just having witty repartee, back and forth banter here. John Gordon,
idea.
Steve, my main man, you should defect. He did.
You did.
Mike Morrison, we thanked you for your $100 super chat, and to all you guys watching in the lab on the TV, this is us. Come back in an hour. Make sure you come back in an hour because we'll be back for the afternoon session. Don't miss it. Joshua Ten Hag says, thank you so much for the super sticker. Steve Gosney repenting for leaving. Thank you for the invite and fun. Legal Mindset sends his Florida man love. Wish I could have stayed for the commentary, but back to work for me. And joke's on you, Steve. You double sent that. Thank you so much. Got 20 for the price of 10 or something like that.
Nice.
Thank you for the double chat. Unhung hero, this attorney is like a tism, but instead of trains, he's obsessed with cars. Could
You
be.
can't stop talking about the cars. It's weird.
In cars. All right. Crew Kid 52. Honestly, I can't quite get the image of the entire dingleberry, balls included, inside the bucket. Yeah, we up till today we just thought it was the peen, but it turns out she took the balls too and put them in the bucket.
Whole package.
I don't know
The
if she separated them
whole
or if they were together.
shabusiness.
But yeah,
Yeah, that's a little too inquisitive for me.
I'm glad we didn't
She
see
took
that.
the
Just
whole-
seeing the dildo was just like, that made me jump and yell. So I can't imagine.
Wait, they showed the picture of the.
Oh
no.
yeah, they did. You missed it.
Dildo in a box was yesterday.
I don't know
yeah.
It was
if I
flesh
missed
colored.
it was the right choice of words. I'm glad. I
Is
missed
this the dildo you're looking for? That was kind of what it was. Yeah.
Yeah, it was.
Rob's hair is going full the cure soon, says Nicholas Starov. And butcher method: drain first, then debone. That's pretty much what she seems to have done. And now Hajo actually asked a question that's really actually a very good question. Are the clothes defendants wear in court donated to them? If they have their own clothes, they wear their own clothes, but otherwise they're just up to whatever they happen to have laying around. And actually most places will have a program where you can donate your old clothes to to the public defender's office or to the court itself, so that defendants can actually wear nice looking clothes into court. If that's something you're into, please check with your local public defender's office, check with your local local police department, and see if they do have a program where you can donate your clothes for witnesses to use in court.
It must be weird, like a dress that you used to own. You see somebody like Taylor Shabusiness wearing it on court
That's
TV. It must be like a very uncomfortable feeling.
Wow.
Well, now that you
Well,
said that, I'm sure that you're going to get a lot more donations.
yeah. Who's Taylor Shabusiness wearing today? Oh, it's the victim. Yeah. We currently still have 1,000 people here that are stucking through. Me, Englishy, good. That have stuck through with us here. We're gonna wrap this up because I need to get my power nap. I didn't do any napping yesterday, and I paid the massive price for it today. So I am gonna
And then
get 45.
when you come back, you should do the whole thing in Korean. That'd be great.
Yeah. Or not. But so Rob, I want to stand by for the link here. I'll send you the link for the afternoon session. Chandler, you good for the afternoon?
Yeah.
All right, cool. And we'll have other people coming in as well. I think Nicholas said he would be in towards the end, and we'll just see how Ozzy's going to wake up, and so he'll be here. So we'll have an afternoon panel as well. Unhung Hero trying to keep me here. It ain't going to work, brother. I mean, she boned, then deboned him. Well, yeah. I was trying to find a flaw with that, but nope, that's pretty much what happened. So, Rob, thank you for popping in. We'll see you in about an hour. I hope.
Me, bud.
It's good.
Nice to
yeah,
see you, Rob.
Been a minute.
Nice to
And
meet
so,
you.
Rob, I'll send you the link. Chandler, send you the link. We'll see you both in about an hour. And mods, thank you as always for being the super moddiest mods that ever modded. Vice Squad chat is the best chat. Sorry to both of you that have your own chats, but right here. And thank you all for the support and the generosity. Make sure you hit the like and the subscribe. We're marching our way to 60,000 subscribers. As Rob chuckles at those amateur numbers. Currently, we are sitting at 59,246. So another 750, and we're going to be there. Cool.
Nice.
All right. Hit that like and subscribe on your way out. Give Rob a chuckle. And we'll talk to you all later. See you in 45 minutes or an hour. Until then, make sure you enjoy your legal vices. Law racks out, etc., all that stuff. Let me hit the out button here. Where'd the out button go? I need to get this thing locked and loaded. I was not performing. I was not doing what I should have done. Here we go.